KTAR-FM.org. Equal housing lender. 1749 Mallory Lane, Suite 100, Brentwood, Tennessee 37027.
Break-ins cost you more than money. They also cost you peace of mind. That's why I recommend SimpliSafe. Most security systems only do something after someone's already broken in, and by then it's too late. SimpliSafe's Active Guard outdoor protection changes that. It's like having a guard at your house who never clocks out. And right now you can get 50% off a new SimpliSafe system with 24/7 professional monitoring at simplysafedirect.com. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The Dragon Bravo fire has been burning in northern Arizona since the 4th of July. And today, containment fell from 26% to 13%.
A lightning strike sparked the fire that destroyed 45,000 acres as well as several buildings, including the historic Grand Canyon Lodge. Lisa Jennings with the Southwest Incident Management Team says around 1,000 people are fighting the fire.
We're hoping for some monsoonal weather because of the moisture that comes for it, but that might mean additional lightning.
Dry conditions and high winds are making the fire especially intense. There's also a pyrocumulus cloud causing trouble.
This is a big smoke column that essentially, as it lifts up and cools, it forms its own cloud system and can form its own weather, including winds.
She hopes a monsoon will help clear the cloud later this week. Serena O'Sullivan, KTAR News.
One man is dead after Maricopa County Sheriff's deputy shot him. MCSO responded to a call of a man making suicidal statements last night, and the man was armed with a knife. MCSO says after telling the man to stop making advances, he did not, and that is when the deputy opened fire. The man was pronounced dead at the scene. Home ownership is probably costing you a lot more than you actually think it is.
It costs Arizonans more than $20,000 a year on average to own and maintain a home, according to a recent Bankrate study. These so-called hidden expenses, such as repair bills, home insurance, and property taxes, are catching many homeowners off guard, according to Linda Bell with Bankrate.
A lot of things are getting more expensive for homeowners. Home prices are rising in general. And as we're seeing that, property taxes are rising, and internet and cable bills, everything is rising. So unfortunately, that's something that a lot of homeowners are having to deal with.
Arizona ranks 21st in the country for hidden home ownership costs. Hawaii is the most expensive, while West Virginia is the cheapest. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
If you think it's hot here in the valley, well, this time of year it always is, honestly. But life-threatening heat is blanketing the Midwest and the South today, affecting roughly 185 million people. Here's more from ABC News meteorologist Kenton Jawecki, who says areas in and around Memphis could have a heat index of as much as 120 degrees.
120, by the way, in humidity is different. I know this is a little bit of a debate, but it is different than a dry 120, because when you have the humidity, that means that your skin cannot evaporate off the sweat, which is how your body cools down. If it's a dry 120, that is evaporating very rapidly and can allow you to cool down a little bit more.
Forecasters say the heat index in many places could be well into the 100s. 2 U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers have pleaded guilty to allegedly working with a drug trafficking organization to smuggle drugs over the border.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers Jesse Garcia and Diego Bonillo have allegedly been working with a Mexican-based drug trafficking group to allow what federal prosecutors call drug-laden vehicles to enter the United States without being inspected. They allegedly used a secret emoji-based code to let the drug organization know when and where they would be working to let vehicles go through. In exchange, the 2 officers were allegedly paid very well, using the money for vacations, luxury items, and real estate. Both could get life in prison when sentenced. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Authorities say they plan to file terrorism and assault with intent to murder charges against the suspect in a weekend knife attack at a Walmart store in Michigan. 11 people were stabbed Saturday at the store in Traverse City, and all are expected to survive. Authorities don't think the victims were specifically targeted. Local Sheriff Michael Shea says that Bradford Gill of Afton, Michigan is in custody, and that investigators believe those hurt on Saturday were helped to be saved thanks to a group of bystanders who intervened and detained the suspect in the parking lot. Let's check on traffic now. Bill O'Neill is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yeah, we've cleaned up an earlier crash at Baseline and Jesse Owens Parkway in Phoenix. Do watch out, though, for a crash involving a pedestrian on Van Buren. This is near 15th Avenue. Traffic brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. That's traffic. Bill O'Neill, KTAR News.
A little bit warmer this week than it has been. 112 should be our high today, 85 overnight, and 111 tomorrow, 110 on Wednesday. It is 112 right now in Peoria. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris and Joe. It's the Chris and Joe Show on KTAR News 92.3.
Well, it feels like just 3 days ago, we were sitting in these same chairs having similar conversations. Becky Lynn, by the way, I just wanted to point out, you look lovely today.
Why, thank you.
You look very summery,
I
very
know,
relaxed.
I appreciate it. It feels very beachy to
I
me.
love
With
it.
the blue for the water and all that good
I
stuff.
love it.
Thank
So
you.
anybody that's seeing on our YouTube channel, you can see whenever Becky Lynn does her news, she hits her microphone. The microphone turns the cameras on, and I think she looks absolutely lovely today.
Love the compliment. Keep them coming.
All right, you got it. You got it. Joe Huizenga, have you noticed how little complaining I've done this summer about the heat? I mean, I've done a little whining.
That's why I'm trying to think about that. How much has Chris complained?
Not
about
anywhere
the
close
heat?
to what I've done in the
Really,
past.
not a lot.
And I was thinking, this has got to be one of our coolest summers in forever. We had how many days in July that were under 100? With 3 or 4 days, it didn't even hit 100.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Right?
No wonder you're wearing this nice feel-good summer
Yeah.
outfit today.
Yeah,
You're thinking
that's
it's
it.
like a real summer, not like a miserable one.
That's it. But everywhere else in the country, they're having our summer.
I know it. In fact, I would even say that when we've got a weather forecast today, and then for the next couple of days where it's going to be high, I mean, we're 110s, right?
Yeah.
I'm okay with it. I mean, I'm not crazy about it, but I can deal. I mean, a few nice weeks, I can deal with this.
Of course.
I feel like it's a trade-off.
It is. I agree.
So I'm starting the week. I'm feeling good, Joe.
That's good.
I'm feeling good, Joe.
Which means he's in a good mood,
I'm in a great mood, Joe. I'm doing really well.
I'm happy about that.
Let's talk about child rapists.
So this is your fault, Becky Lynn.
I'm sorry.
You
Well,
should be.
I don't know if you're familiar with this Epstein fella.
Heard of him.
Yeah, so this dude had this island where he and his girlfriend, Ghislaine, I like to call her Ghislaine Maxwell, were recruiting teenagers.
Yeah.
And then taking them there, and then they were basically turned to prostitutes
Yeah.
of sorts. And then they would invite in this, well, we think, an exclusive clientele. We don't know because, according to the Justice Department, there is no list. So...
Or at the very least, they can't.
There's no list.
They can't reveal anything because they don't want to.
There's no list. Hey, Pam Bondi.
Re-victimize victims.
Hey, Pam Bondi, is there a list? Oh, it's on my desk, waiting for review. And we've got truckloads of information. And they even put out the Epstein Files Phase 1. They did that earlier. Epstein Files Phase 1.
Well, if there's a phase 1, must mean there's a phase 2.
No, they put out a memo earlier this month that said, nope, that's everything. But phase 1 wasn't anything new. It was stuff that was already out to the public. So then phase 2 doesn't exist because they put out a memo saying, nope, there's no list. There's nothing else that we can reveal. The investigation's over. But what we do know, because we're not goobers, we understand that if Jeffrey Epstein was arrested for his weird sex parties, P. Diddy style, and Ghislaine Maxwell is doing time for facilitating these parties, and we know that she was transporting children for the purposes of sex by, we're talking teenagers here, right? We know then that those were victims of others, right?
Yeah.
Except that the Department of Justice says, no, I don't, others? What do you mean? We know that there are rapists out there that the Department of Justice is not interested in pursuing at this time. The question is always, why? And this is what's got everybody crazy. Why aren't we interested in pursuing them? So we've had a number of people who have been banging this drum for a very long time, most of them Trump supporters, because this has been a major issue for MAGA, and that is we've got to stop Epstein and the child rapists, right? And Trump said, we got to stop Epstein and the child rapists. And the Democrats said, we got to stop Epstein and the child rapists. And so when all of a sudden the Department of Justice says, nothing to see here, move along. Well, you're not going to change my mind.
Mm-hmm.
All right. How about if we in Congress, say some of the congresspersons, what if we just subpoena the Department of Justice for all of those files? Cool. So you've got a subcommittee that gets ready to do that. You know who's on that subcommittee? Big MAGA guy. A guy who's running for governor in the state of Arizona. A guy who wants to get to the bottom of where all these child rapists are, Andy Biggs. And they said, Andy, how do you vote? Do you want to release the files so that at the very least you and this subcommittee will have an opportunity to see who was victimizing these children? And he voted. No. Probably not.
No, he just voted no. It wasn't a probably not.
Why? Why would he vote no?
Well,
he in December tweeted, where is Epstein's client list?
Mm-hmm.
He has an opportunity to say, show me the list. And he voted no.
Well, he's running for governor here in Arizona.
Yeah.
He was endorsed by President Trump. And
so was his opponent.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
they both were. But we know that you and I have talked about, he is a little more MAGA-y.
Yes.
Than Karen Taylor Robson.
Yeah. In fact, he even said after Epstein was found dead in his prison cell, there's no one who believes it was a suicide.
Mm-hmm.
Well, surely he'd want to get to the bottom of it then.
But
yeah,
if President Trump and him are on the same page, Trump says lately, not in so many words, there's nothing to see here. And if Biggs is endorsed by Trump, continuing to count on that endorsement to potentially become governor here in Arizona, he can't turn his back on the president and say, hey, need to get to the bottom of this.
So a congressperson is simply doing the bidding of the president. A congressperson who has made bones on stopping child predators.
Mm-hmm.
A congressperson who has been happy to ride the MAGA wave of we're going to get to the bottom of this.
Mm-hmm.
A congressperson has bought into all the other conspiracy theories, and a congressperson who says that you have to send me to Washington so I can do what's right. And immediately, as soon as the president says, nah, then he goes, oh, all of my convictions are out the window.
Mm-hmm.
So there is no separation of powers is what you're telling me. It's whatever the president wants, I will do his bidding. So Andy Biggs is President Trump's water boy.
Potentially. There's another issue thrown out there that I don't have a great response towards, that I've heard at times too, of, well, why didn't the Biden administration go after this?
That's a really good question.
Merrick Garland apparently said that he wanted to be really cautious with this, and they had 4 years to do something with it, and they didn't do anything.
100% agree.
So if you're Andy Biggs, can he just say, hey, you know what? Democrats didn't do anything with it. I now think there's nothing to see here.
Oh, okay. So Andy Biggs is a Democrat, is what you're saying.
No, he agreed with the Democrats.
Andy Biggs is he's doing whatever the Bidens want him to do then. So the Bidens, is this what you're telling me? The Bidens, the masterminds, the absolute 7D chess playing Joe Biden is now pulling the strings of President Trump and Andy Biggs. It's brilliant.
I don't know. I have a lot of questions. I don't have a lot of answers.
All while pretending to be a doddering fool who has trouble with stairs.
There was no pretending.
I like ice cream. But as soon as those doors close, he turns into Lex Luthor. That's brilliant. I mean, he's really committed to the character as Biden.
Do you have an answer for it?
To why Biden didn't release him?
No, that or why Biggs is handling it the way he is now.
No, you're exactly right. He's trying to pick his lane. So he says, we've got two MAGA candidates, both endorsed by Trump. How do I show myself as being more Trump-like?
Mm-hmm.
Which could actually open up the door for Karen Taylor Robson to bring some of the other MAGAs in, and she could start pounding the drum right now. This could be a mistake by Biggs. She could start pounding the drum right now for, I want the truth. I want the truth. I want the truth. And she can even bring up, the truth is out there. Biden hid it.
Maybe.
She absolutely could do that.
Mm-hmm.
The only trouble with that logic, with why didn't Biden release it, is that if you turn it around, the same question applies to Trump. And that is,
back in 2016 to 2020 or.
But right now is what I'm saying. So
Okay.
Biden didn't, no, not 2016
okay.
to 2020.
Yeah.
Biden, if there was something in there that was damning about Trump, why didn't Biden release it? It's a great question. I don't have the answer to it. Flip side, if there's all this clamor and you are losing your base and you've got members of Congress that are speaking out against you and your name is not involved in it somewhere, why wouldn't you release it?
Well, we're told his name is involved in it.
Right, but
Pam Bondi's told
he
him.
could easily say, right, my name is in it. Everybody knows that we were friends in the 90s and 2000s. That doesn't mean I'm a pedophile.
That's right.
He easily could do that.
Yep.
There's no evidence that he's a pedophile. There's just evidence of him being at parties with Epstein. That's it.
Even if these files come out, we don't know that they're going to lead to new charges. We're just going to see a lot of names.
It leads me to believe that there are big names on both sides of the aisle and potentially big names that have more influence over the politicians than even the politicians themselves on those lists.
It's possible.
Right. That's what it leads me to believe.
Oh, there's pictures out there with the Clintons with Epstein,
Right.
with Trump with Epstein. There's a lot of famous rich people.
And we know that
who were photographed with Jeffrey Epstein.
This birthday book that the Wall Street Journal was reporting on may have had birthday wishes from Bill Clinton in there as well, right? Oh, no, Bill Clinton's a pervert? Who would have ever guessed it?
Not me.
No way. You got to be kidding me. Yeah. Hey, Andy Biggs, can we release information about Bill Clinton being a pervert?
Probably, yeah.
Oh, he'd vote yes on that one, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's trying to pick his lane right now. And his lane is there's no daylight between me and the White House. The problem is that stands to backfire because this isn't going away. And that's our why today. Why is the Epstein scandal never going away? This is now part of American history in the same way that Monica Lewinsky is synonymous with the Clinton administration. The Epstein scandal is never going away, regardless of what happens in the next few months. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
But first, she's also never going away. Here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
At 2:16, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. A man from Surprise has been sentenced to life in prison for starving, beating, and killing his 3-year-old daughter in 2015. First responders found her body and head covered in scars, lesions, bruises, and swelling. She was only 16 pounds when she died. Again, the man has been sentenced to life in prison. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. 112 should be our high this afternoon. 111 tomorrow. It is 109 right now in Scottsdale. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Our why today, why is the Epstein scandal never going away, regardless of what happens in the next few months? There are all sorts of conspiracy theories floating around why it is that the Epstein files have not been released. So, fact, we know Epstein, super creepy, got picked up and cut a plea deal back in 2008, got arrested again here shortly before his suicide, in air quotes. His girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, found guilty of basically facilitating child sex slaves to their island. And we know that there are wealthy people that visited that island. You weren't getting on there if you were just a run-of-the-mill pervert trucker. Mm-hmm. That wasn't happening. You had to be a run-of-the-mill pervert multi-billionaire. Yeah. Pretty much, right? So regardless of whether or not Trump releases any more files, the saga around Jeffrey Epstein and who used his services is not going away anytime soon. Once a conspiracy theory starts rolling, it's got inertia. And that inertia is impossible to stop.
Why is that?
Because of the human flaws that we have. Mm-hmm. Conspiracies don't die until they've been proven not to be conspiracies. Does that make sense? In other words, we will always believe that Bigfoot is out there until we actually find Bigfoot and say, see, I told you so. But the more you don't find Bigfoot, the more we go, well, he's just really good at hiding. Right?
So it basically will live forever, though.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. It's never going away. And even conspiracies that are factually wrong will still live on because some people, they like to fight more than they like the facts, like flat earthers, right?
Or we didn't land on the moon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we still have people out there that believe that there are witches among us, or like Joe, who graduated from Father Enrique Iglesias Menudo Rashad's Higher Learning Technical Institute for Wayward Boys, who still believe that demons can take over a person who can only be cured then by exorcism.
I don't believe that.
Once a belief takes hold, it is there for good, right? It is always going to be there. We have people that believe in witches. We have people that believe in Bigfoot, that the moon landing was fake, that all these different things. Until you're proven right, the conspiracy will live on.
Well, that's my biggest issue with this, too, is how do you prove it wrong? To your point.
You can't.
Right.
I mean, you release the files and somebody's going to say you didn't release the right file. It doesn't say what I wanted it to say, so you're still hiding something.
Or, yeah, you're covering up something else. Or, okay, you released this or you made this up. It can go on and on and on forever.
Yeah, until I'm proven right, I'm always going to believe you're wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's no way to extinguish that flame. Ever.
Ever. Yeah. So that's why this is... Basically, we're too dumb. That's the way it works. Because we are willing to buy into our biases. These become beliefs, all right? And I want you to think about this. I was reading this great article over the weekend about sort of this crusade over the children, how we have to protect the children. And it brought up how you can go back in time, and we talk about how people have stoked fears about protecting the children. QAnon, Pizzagate. These are all because you've got this cabal of Democrats that are kidnapping children to use them as sex slaves until they drain their blood and drink it for their own youth or whatever it is, right? And it goes throughout history, too. It goes not just now, but, I mean, if you think back prior to the Industrial Revolution, I'm going way back here.
Yeah.
We didn't have child labor laws like we did during the Industrial Revolution.
No.
Kids worked on the farms.
Kids worked in factories. Yeah.
Well, then we had the Industrial Revolution.
Okay,
the kids worked in factories, but then it was, what are you doing to the children? Yeah. We have to fight for the children. It's got to be for the children. And all of a sudden, it's for the children. Protect the children. And it continued on throughout different history. In fact, I think I still have a cut in here. There was a PSA about, here it is. There's a PSA running in, I think it was 1960, that told you to watch out for homosexuals because they could be after your children.
One never knows when the homosexual is about. He may appear normal.
It was all about protecting your kids from the homosexuals. Of course, we know now that being gay doesn't mean you're a pedophile, right? But then, do you remember in the 80s, the satanic panic? The kids are listening to that rock and roll, and they're all worshiping the devil. The Beatles had that, right? If you play it backwards, number nine, Paul is dead. He's the devil, right? Now we're seeing another return to the satanic panic of that time.
I want to go back to something you said a minute ago, too. You said we're too dumb.
We're too dumb.
Let's explore that a little bit, though, too, because to me, what makes the Epstein files different than a Bigfoot or a moon landing, things like that, like, to be clear, I don't think Bigfoot exists. I do think we landed on the moon. Are there conspiracy theories that I buy into? Sure. But with those, like, the difference here is, like you've said, we know that Epstein was found guilty. We know his girlfriend was found guilty. We know there's actual victims out there. So we're being treated as though we're dumb and made to believe that, oh, there's nothing to see here. Like, the reality is, we know there's victims. We know there has to be perpetrators.
So my statement was more about how we don't let go of conspiracy theories, even when the evidence is out there. All right.
But in this case, we know that there is.
We're in the early stages.
There is some smoke.
Right. We're in the early stages of this right now. But when it comes to something like the Flat Earth, right? The Flat Earth Society, like that's
People
willful
aren't
ignorance.
Falling off the globe.
Willful ignorance has driven a lot of movements in human history.
I can't wait to see the emails we're going to get today. Thanks to you bringing some of these things
they're all done,
up.
right? Some of it too is that we're gullible. But again, that goes back to that willful ignorance. I was reminded of the William Randolph Hearst quote during the Spanish-American War. And he sent reporters to find out what was going on. They said, "There's nothing happening here." He said, "You furnish the pictures, I'll furnish the war." And so we had this, with photos of the USS Maine being blown up. There it is. We're under attack. You see, we've been told for centuries that there are these dark forces that are trying to harm our children, and politicians then use that fear to gain or to maintain power, and we are largely gullible. Most of the fear-mongering is ginned up. Now, occasionally, though, you have a story that comes out that reinforces the concerns. We know that there is child sex trafficking going on.
Mm-hmm.
Is it happening at the level that we're being told? You know, if your kids go to 7-Eleven, you'll never see them again.
Okay, no.
No. But would you let your kid run down to 7-Eleven after dark?
No.
I wouldn't, because I've read enough of those stories.
Dude, have you been to Vegas in the last year or so?
Yeah.
You know what you see in the bathroom a lot of times? There's signs about trafficking and
Right.
things to look out for.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Airports, too.
In the 1980s, I don't know if you ever had, you probably didn't have this at your school there, the Higher Learning Technological
Wayward
Institute
Boys.
for Wayward Boys.
Uh-huh.
So we got letters sent home
Yeah.
that said there are reports of devil-worshipping gypsies.
No, we did not have letters sent home
in
on
the
this.
area.
Yeah.
And so it was telling parents, if you pick up your kids, you have to pick them up in front of the school. They're not allowed to walk. They have to do this. And it was warning us of these things. And then throughout the school, it was, I heard so-and-so left for work. And when they came back, someone had decapitated their dog, and they had done a ritual in the living room and left the dog's head on the counter.
Oof.
And of course, I'm like, what'd they do with the rest of it? So none of it was true, but those were all rumors. And we buy into it because we buy into all these different concerns. So where Andy Biggs is doubling down on supporting whatever lane that President Trump wants to travel in, he might be running a risk. See, by doing so and going on the record and voting against the subpoena for the Epstein records, he could end up on the opposite side of the administration should the administration change its mind, which would potentially be an avenue for Karen Taylor Robeson in that run for the gubernatorial primary. Now, Biggs isn't alone, and the odds of seeing Trump switch up are growing. You're going to find out why next. The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Hey, I want you to do what I did. Get a free heart scan valued at $599 from my friends at Lifeguard Imaging. Felt some pain in my back. It went on for years, but it finally got to the point where I had to do something about it. It was just driving me nuts. I was worried about it. I was like, hey, could this be cancer? Could this be something that could potentially be shortening my life? I turned to the experts at Lifeguard Imaging because I wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to die, that I wasn't dealing with some type of cancer. Heart disease and cancer are the top causes of death here in the United States, and they often show no signs until it's too late. I mean, was that, awful pain that I felt in my back? Was that a sign? Lifeguard Imaging uses advanced high-accuracy CT scans that can catch them early. Luckily, my scan came back clean as far as things like that, so I knew, okay, need to pursue elsewhere, figure out what's going on. But that scan, it's a smart, responsible move to protect yourself so you can be there for the people who count on you and for the people who you count on, and they count on you as well. Take control of your health. Book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging today. And as a first-time patient, you'll get a heart scan absolutely free. Visit lifeguardimaging.com or call them at 602-483-4837. 602-483-4837. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
Get ready. Giveathon Week runs August 18th through the 22nd.
Benefiting Phoenix Children's. Giveathon! Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. See your local Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end July 31st. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. A man learns his fate after pleading guilty to the first-degree murder of his 3-year-old daughter, who was found starving, beaten, and bruised in 2015.
Carlos Cruz was sentenced to life in prison for the death of his daughter, who was so malnourished her body only weighed 16 pounds. Bruises, scars, open lesions, and swelling covered her face and body. Cruz admitted to beating her with a belt. Her cause of death was a combination of blunt force injuries, starvation, dehydration, and meth toxicity. For more details, go to KTAR.com. Serena O'Sullivan, KTAR News.
The search is on in and around New Orleans today after an inmate was mistakenly released from prison. It's the same prison where 11 inmates escaped earlier this year, and one of those inmates is still on the run.
Khalil Bryan has been accused of violent crimes, according to the New Orleans Police Department, including aggravated assault with a firearm and aggravated burglary. But on Friday, the 30-year-old was released from the Orleans Justice Center due to a human error. The Orleans Parish Sheriff says staff confused his last name with that of another inmate.
ABC's Alex Perchet.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
3 rural communities have received 0% interest loans from the Greater Arizona Development Authority for public infrastructure projects. In Apache County, the chairman of Escudia Mountain Domestic Water Improvement District, David Konabi, says the $40,000 loan will be used to design a system of pipes that connect their standpipe to the neighborhood.
We're designing infrastructure for our little community, and that money will be used to pay an engineering company for that design.
Konabi says the standpipe is currently under construction and the GATA loan will help them complete the project. They plan to have the loan paid off by the year 2026. The very first Arizona's Chef's Week will kick off on August 1st and will support chef-driven restaurants during the slow summer season. Chef Gio Oso, who opened Virtu Honest Craft and Pizzeria in Scottsdale, says he wants to have fun with it. He'll transform the restaurant with old-school red check tablecloths and play Frank Sinatra. For more information and a list of the participating restaurants, visit azrestaurant.org. Now let's check on the traffic. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got an on-ramp blocked on I-17 northbound near Peoria Avenue, and this has got things slowed down in both directions on I-17 northbound, slow around northern, southbound, slow, even at right after Thunderbird. We also got a crash on the right shoulder of the 10 eastbound near 107th Avenue. And as for the surface streets, we've got a wreck at 32nd Street and McDowell Road, also one in North Phoenix at 7th Street Street and Bell. Traffic is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning and Heating and Plumbing. Day and Night wants to offer you a free air purifier with purchase of a new AC unit of $1,500 value. Visit dayandnightair.com to schedule. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
A little warmer this week than last, that's for sure. 112 the high today, 85 overnight, 111 tomorrow, 110 on Wednesday. We do have a little chance of rain creeping in by Wednesday and Thursday. It's 111 in Glendale. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, it's LaDonna. So how much do you think you're spending to maintain your happy home? I'll give you a hint. It might be a lot more than you think. That's coming up Monday morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News with Jim Sharp and me on KTAR.
I like that, LaDonna. And I think she's going to
all
work
right,
out.
right?
Yeah. Got a silky smooth voice.
I think she can be all right.
Sounds like she knows what she's doing.
Yeah, she's still on probation.
Oh, no doubt.
A lot of people don't realize that.
Oh, double secret probation.
They had to put LaDonna on probation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you haven't listened to the morning show,
you're missing out.
This is the second time I've had a chance to work with LaDonna. I worked with her 10 years ago in San Diego. She's one of my favorite people in the whole world. So if you haven't listened to the morning show, I encourage you to do that. She's just a good person. Through and through. Through and through. So it's sort of a game of who's on first. We've been talking about Andy Biggs, who voted against issuing a subpoena for the Epstein files. They did end up issuing that subpoena. And Joe and I were kicking around that this really has forced Biggs to take a stand. Are you against child sex traffickers, or are you more for whatever President Trump wants you to do?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Which doesn't necessarily mean you're for child sex traffickers.
No, but if you vote to subpoena those files, does that mean that you're against the president? See, this is the one thing.
That is the bigger issue.
That's the issue.
Right there.
That's it. So I can say I'm with the president, but it doesn't mean that I'm for child sex traffickers. But if I say I'm against child sex traffickers and it's not what the president wanted me to do, am I sending a signal to President Trump and his backers that I'm not with them and I'm against them?
At least on that issue, yes, you are.
So it's the problem, however, is that this is dividing MAGA. And it's kind of a who's on first situation, isn't it? You know the old bit, who's on first? I don't know, who's on second?
Yeah.
No, I don't know who's on third, right?
Third base.
So everybody's kind of pointing around here. And so watching the MAGA world try to dance around the Epstein intrigue is a bit like watching that old bit. Normally, you have to give the Republicans credit. Under Trump, they are very unified.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it is follow the leader. They do it very, very well. This one is splintering. And so you've got all sides that are saying there's no daylight between what we're doing and what the White House wants. Even Mike Johnson said that he wanted to see those files and that it's not a hoax. And then the president said, "What are you doing?" And Johnson went, "I'm totally with the White House."
Well, in the past.
So are you with the White House or are you not with the White House? Yes, I'm with the White House, totally with them, and we want to see those files, but the White House doesn't, and we're with them too.
Yeah. Well, in the past with President Trump, it almost seemed like controversy would help him. The more controversial things got, the better strength that MAGA would rally around behind him. But this issue is different because he's saying nothing to see here. Let's move along.
This is after helping to build up that. I'm not even going to call it conspiracy because we know that there were crimes committed on that island, right? The only conspiracy is there a list and who's on that list? We know that there are rapists. We know that there were victims. So we know that there are files. Whether or not, and Joe and I have discussed this before if you've not heard the show, whether or not there's a little black book with a list of everybody and their phone numbers is something totally different. But we know that
there's names in some fashion.
Absolutely. So now the question is it a conspiracy to say that there's a cover-up? Is there a cover-up happening? Right? And that's where it starts to feel, bingo. If so, why? How could you tell us that there's nothing going on right now? And so the base is very upset about this because remember, they've been told for a very, very long time Oh, this is happening right under the Democrats. Biden's not stopping this from happening. Obama didn't stop this from happening, right? This was all going on under Obama's watch. Why didn't he put a stop to it? All this stuff. And so when we were told we're going to get these sex offenders, this after, and I made mention of it in the last segment, this crusade against anyone who's going to do harm to children. We've got to protect the children at all costs. And there's only one party that cares about protecting the children because the other party they're trading them like poker chips. How dare they? And all right. So why all of a sudden is the leader of that group no longer protecting them? Why is Trump turning his back on child victims, is what some members of MAGA are saying.
Well, and the obvious answer is that potentially he has something to hide. There's more conspiratorial thoughts out there that this runs a lot deeper, could involve other countries and national security interests and things like that.
Oh, okay.
But the truth is, I mean,
does MAGA care?
Does MAGA care what?
If there's other countries or national security risks?
No. Well,
there's these theories about Israel being involved and the high intelligence and all this stuff.
What do you
Tucker
say
Carlson
all the time
was
that
talking
drives
about
me
this.
crazy? You don't know what you don't know.
I don't know what I don't know.
So
actually, I do. In this case, I do know what I don't know, because I know that there's more to the story, right?
But you don't know.
But I don't know what that more is.
Right.
Yes.
So you might care, but maybe the government deems, hey, you wouldn't be able to handle it, or you shouldn't know what's going on because it could expose certain security threats.
Right.
It could expose interests.
Does MAGA care?
Clearly not.
QAnon shaman has turned on Trump. Number of people who put their lives at risk to storm the Capitol on January 6th, 2021,
who got
and were
pardons
later
from
pardoned,
him.
right,
Yeah.
are now turning on Trump over this.
Yeah, because they don't care. Yeah.
And again, back to what we said in the last segment, it's not going away. This is not going away anytime soon.
And there's no real way to make it go away until you come up with a list.
One thing that I thought was really interesting is, you know, they've got the spam bots that it's like AI on the social medias. Okay, so I was reading this article about how the MAGA bots are actually arguing with themselves over the Epstein stuff. And so the same bots, and it's always like last name string of numbers is their handle, right? It's always something like that.
Yeah.
And so the same bots are actually putting out contradictory tweets, one after another. Here's L. Hare 38143. Pam Bondi's attempt to escape with the Epstein client list is laughable. It's time we demand transparency and justice for all victims involved. Followed the next day by retweet if you agree. It's time to take a stand against the mob mentality and support Pam Bondi. So in one, it's like Pam Bondi is part of the problem, and the next one, it's like
support Pam Bondi.
Pam Bondi. Why don't we got to let this go? In fact, come to think of it, is Andy Biggs a bot? If you'll recall, Andy Biggs was calling for the Epstein list. He said Epstein didn't kill himself. This is a big cover-up. And then when he was given an opportunity to vote to subpoena the files, he said, no, we're not interested. Let's move on. It's all a hoax. I think Andy Biggs is actually a Russian bot. I don't think he's a real person.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he's displaying characteristics of an AI bot.
Huh? I think he's a person.
Andy Intelligence Bot. AI. Until you show me otherwise, he's a bot. You're going to have to prove to me otherwise. As juicy as all the Epstein talk is, and as many layers as the story has, it's important to focus on what we know and what we think we know and what we want to know. The trouble is, where we have gaps in our knowledge, we try to fill with conjecture. We'll separate fact from fiction and straight up from gossip. Next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Each day when I get up, my feet, they have never felt better. Doesn't matter if I took it easy the night before, just did a mile or two around the block, or ran like 13, 15, like I did last night. Got a nice hot run in. Even though it was toasty out there, my feet feel incredible. And if you want to feel that way, goodfeet.com is where you need to go right now to book your free personalized arch support fitting. Goodfeet.com, or you can walk into any of their 5 super convenient Valley Good Feet stores in Ahwatukee, Scottsdale, Goodyear, Gilbert, or Glendale. Good Feet personalized arch supports are engineered to help you live the life that you love without pain. For over 30 years, they've had the pleasure of helping thousands of people just like you and me discover the comfort that you've been dreaming of. This summer, do the best thing you can do for your feet, and wherever it takes you, whether it be vacation, the beach, work, cabin, a run, a walk after work, or just walking around the house. Step there in comfort with the Good Feet store. Good feet, good life.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
At the Midwestern University Therapy Institute, they take the time to get to know you. I'm Jim Sharp, and at Midwestern, students and faculty providers work together to deliver affordable, unhurried, and thorough care. Whether it's physical therapy, like I've had at Midwestern, occupational therapy, speech therapy, or clinical psychology, you'll find comprehensive services for your entire family, all in one place, in a 74,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility in Glendale, just off the 101 near 59th Avenue in Utopia. The Therapy Institute uses the latest technology to provide high-quality, patient-centered care. Midwestern's team includes licensed faculty and advanced students from the College of Health Sciences and the Arizona College of Optometry, working together to serve patients of all ages and abilities. And with one of only 12 Karen virtual reality systems in the U.S., Midwestern offers advanced rehabilitation and evaluation like no other. Visit MWUclinics.com to learn more or schedule an appointment. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:46. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Police in Reno, Nevada are investigating a shooting outside of a hotel and casino. Police say the initial reports on victims are not accurate yet.
It's not clear yet what led up to the shooting in the valet area of the Grand Sierra Resort and Casino in Reno. Gunfire was reported at around 7:25 in the morning. When police arrived, they found victims who were down and arrested an alleged shooter. Reno Police Chief Catherine Nance.
We have several people that have been transported to the hospital. We don't have an update yet on exact numbers of injured people.
Local political leaders have said 2 people were dead, but police say that is not correct and have not clarified if anybody did in fact die. Alex Stone, ABC News.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, you can go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Wi-Fi. Today we're heading for 112 degrees for a high temp and 111 on Tuesday. Right now it is 111 degrees in Peoria. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Creative Environments Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. It is hosting season. Summer backyard barbecues, poolside parties, and they've got all of the things you need for those events. Outdoor kitchens that will absolutely blow you away. Modern grills, rustic pizza ovens, pools, and remodeling that make it a splash all summer long in indoor and outdoor living spaces. Designed for Arizona living in mind. Go to creativeenvironments.com. You're going to love these guys. creativeenvironments.com.
Former Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb joins the show to talk about Alligator Alcatraz. It's the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, on the KTAR News app. And did you know that we are on the YouTube? You can watch and listen to our show, catch exclusive interviews, latest reaction, and breaking news. Be sure to subscribe to the KTAR News YouTube channel today.
You have an itch on your wrist there? What is that about?
I was just checking my watch.
What's it say?
It says Joe's late.
You're probably going to have a bigger problem with the fact I got a hunk of milk dud in my mouth than the fact that I was late.
Disgusting. Classy.
Don't worry, I'll take care of it here
What
in a
is
minute.
the biggest issue facing Arizona? According to me.
Water.
Water! Thank you!
Mm-hmm. You don't have to yell about it.
I'm going to fix the water issue coming up after 3 o'clock.
No, you're not.
Somebody needs to. I'm going to do it. And I have invited the director of the Kyle Center for Water Policy to join us, and I'm going to let her know.
So I can hold you to that. You are going to fix the water issue at 3 o'clock today.
Yeah.
All of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Big words. All right. What are you writing down?
I'm just writing down my note because I've got a simple solution.
That's great.
I just have to
solution
remember
to
it.
our water issue.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just have to make sure I remember it.
You didn't write down a lot right there, whatever you wrote down.
It's 2 words.
Steal some?
Nope. I've got the solution to the water problems. It's coming up here after 3
Drink
o'clock.
less? I mean, where are you going?
Real quick, as we put an end cap on this Epstein stuff for today.
Issue.
I hear a lot of fact, and I hear a lot of conjecture.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then what happens is where we don't know things, we start to fill in the blanks. Examples. We know that there was Epstein Island. We know that there were high-profile people who were on the flight logs that went to Epstein Island, right? Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, Donald Trump. A lot of people have been to Epstein Island.
Prince
Andrew. It doesn't matter if somebody was at Epstein Island. That doesn't prove that they were a part of any of his nefarious stuff. Yeah. Okay. So, but we suspect, well, they were on those logs. That means that they may have had access.
Yeah.
But we don't know it. All right, so we hold off on that. And we say, well, they're not releasing the information, so that must mean someone in the administration knows something. Oh, but Biden didn't release the information either, and if Trump were on that list, Biden would have done it to hurt him. And we go, so why wouldn't either one of them do it? So that's a gap in our knowledge. We're trying to understand why. One of the things that we do on the show every day, of course, is we talk about that why at 2:15, our why. Why is this way? Why wouldn't Biden release damning information about Donald Trump being a pedophile? Why wouldn't Donald Trump release information that would exonerate him from accusations of being a pedophile and perhaps condemn Bill Clinton, who's also suspected of being on that list? And so what we do is we start filling in the blanks. We go, that's because they're all on it. You heard me say that.
Or there's
national security risk that we've got. Israel was working with Chechen rebels in order to bring the Yugoslavian president through Argentina, and the Buenos Aires mob was behind all of it.
Yes.
Nailed it.
Mm-hmm.
So we start filling in these blanks with speculation and conjecture.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't help that somebody asked Donald Trump, are you going to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell? And his response was, I'm allowed to do it. I'm not planning on it, but I'm allowed to if I want to.
Very Trumpian answer.
Totally Trumpian answer. But the more Trump is Trump around this topic, I think the worse he makes it for himself.
Okay, so what should he do instead?
Release files.
Okay, but that's not entirely in his power, is it? Isn't it?
The files that the DOJ has are, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he released the MLK files. He released the JFK files. He's done a lot
I thought they went and asked, and they said
no.
no.
Okay, that's a really good point. I'm glad you brought that up because I think there's a lot of confusion here. So there's grand jury testimony that happened during the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, right? And the names of the victims and the testimony has been sealed by the court.
Yes.
That doesn't mean that there's information that the court that the FBI has that the court has control over. In the same way, remember Donald Trump took classified documents to Mar-a-Lago?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and he stacked them up in his bathroom. And
or
people
his
said,
closet or something. Yeah.
And people said, you can't do that. You're not allowed to do that. And he said, I'm the president. I can do anything I want.
Yeah.
I can unclassify things just by saying, hey, it's unclassified, poof. Okay, so make it go poof on some of these Epstein files. Do so in a manner that doesn't put victims at risk, for sure. But if you have information beyond what's in the grand jury testimony, release it. At least put something forward that makes us feel like you're trying to be transparent, but he's not doing that. And so it leaves gaps in our knowledge, and we start to try to fill those gaps with conjecture. And it doesn't help with then you've got media reporting about a bunch of other people involved. For instance, Wall Street Journal. Oh, Trump sent Epstein a birthday letter, and it was gross. It was a dirty picture.
Trump now suing for $10 billion.
Which doesn't help his case either. Epstein's brother says, oh, no, Jeffrey was actually the good guy. He stopped hanging out with Trump because he realized how bad Trump was.
Well, Jeffrey was definitely not the good guy.
That's all. This is all gossip. So I guess my point is, eye on the prize here, friends. Eye on the prize. The most important topic facing Arizona is aliens. But second to that is water. The trouble is, aliens are very scary. Trouble is, water talk is boring. That is until your faucet won't turn on. Don't California or Arizona with your drought talk. Next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Would you rather stand in the sun or in the shade? It's a no-brainer, so why would you let your patio roast in this heat? At All Pro Shade Concepts, we can save you from burning feet, fading furniture, and being stuck inside all summer. Custom fit patio shades and awnings that cool with the touch of a button. Get free installation from our shade pros plus a 10-year warranty. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate. That's allproshade.com.
Gotta call All Pro Shade, shade, shade. Call All Pro Shade, shade, shade.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp here, along with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. You're my financial advisor. I like you, Stuart, but do you have to like your financial advisor?
That is a fantastic question, and let me just tell you this. I think the biggest complaint I hear from people is that they don't hear from their advisor, and they don't really want to call them. Well, oftentimes that's because they don't like them very much. Now, it's important that you trust them and that you believe that they're competent. I think those are crucial. But I think it's really nice when you have a relationship because it makes it way easier to contact them. People that you dislike, you're way less likely to call. And I think it's important that you have someone to call that you like.
Yeah, and I've got his cell number. Maybe you should get his too and become a client of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, where they do financial and estate planning, insurance, and tax planning. Get your free portfolio review by going to assetpreservationwealth.com. Like your financial advisor. Go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
When was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back screaming at you? Or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning, step by step? Let me guess, this is in the back of your mind. Maybe it'll disappear. I'll just tough it out. But nothing changes. It's time to call and schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics. There are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turned around their lives with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills. Bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Give QC Kinetics a call for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
The secret to sustainable weight loss isn't the endless cycle of counting calories, extreme exercise, or taking the next trendy shot. It's about resetting your metabolism and creating simple, healthy habits to support it. I'm Dr. Patrick Maloney with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss, and that simple secret could change the rest of your life. So stop yo-yo dieting and let's reset your metabolism naturally, safely, and effectively with our exclusive 3-step protocol. Go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com to schedule your free consultation. That's PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com.
It really is life-changing. I'm Jamie West. I lost about 50 pounds with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss, and I'm keeping it off. If you want to finally lose those extra pounds and keep them off for good, don't wait. You could lose 10 to 15% of your body weight in just 8 weeks, and you can do the program in person or virtually from anywhere. Schedule your free consultation right now, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
Joining us now in studio, Governor Katie Hobbs.
I think that we're deporting the wrong people, Governor. What do you think?
I have been urging immigration officials to focus on the campaign promise that Donald Trump made, that we were going to go after criminals, that we are going to go after people who are breaking the law. And I don't think this is keeping our communities safe at all.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Talk to the governor every other week. If you missed the live conversation on 92.3, find it on the KTAR News app, our YouTube channel, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation. That's why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. When one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from an insurance company. He called Sweet James. The attorneys at Sweet James helped him get the medical care he needed so he can recover as quickly as possible and get on that bike again. They then fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. If you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, skill, and resources to win the most for you. The compensation is a huge part of that, but it's also about compassion, care, and justice. Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small. That's why they win 98% of the time. They can win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. They can't guarantee the outcome, but make sure to have them on your side. 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000, or sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The Dragon Bravo fire is growing. Containment fell from 26% on Sunday to 13% this morning.
With these dry conditions, it's been growing 8 to 10,000 acres per day for the last 2 days.
That's Felisa Jennings with the Southwest Incident Management Team.
So we're still working on a full suppression strategy, and we have about 1,000 firefighters working to contain this fire and about a dozen aircraft.
She's hoping a possible monsoon can help contain these flames. It costs Arizonans more than $20,000 a year, on average, for hidden home costs, according to Bankrate. Linda Bell is a home equity analyst with Bankrate and says these include expenses like home insurance, property taxes, and repair costs. It all adds up to an increasingly expensive American dream.
Inflation is rising, home values are rising in general, and with that, these costs are rising as well.
Arizona ranks 21st in the country for hidden home ownership costs. Hawaii's the most expensive. West Virginia is the cheapest.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
Greater Arizona Development Authority loans have been distributed for the first time in 10 years to help rural communities pay for infrastructure projects. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center with more on a recent award recipient.
The Apache County Escadilla Mountain Domestic Water Improvement District has received a $40,000 0% interest GATA loan. Chairman David Kenobi explains how the money will be used.
The approval to construct our standpipe project. Then beyond that, we're going to have the design done to build out the entire neighborhood with water pipes in the ground, so to speak.
He adds the Escadilla Mountain DWID plans to have the loan paid off by May 2026 before it starts to collect interest. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
A tragic day at a sailing summer camp in South Florida. A sailboat carrying a camp counselor and 5 kids was hit by a barge late this morning in the waters off Miami Beach, sinking the sailboat. Rescuers from Miami-Dade rushed into Biscayne Bay and were able to retrieve all 6 and took them to the hospital. Sadly, 2 of the children died. The others are being treated. Lieutenant Pete Sanchez is with the City of Miami Fire Rescue and says that they staged rescue crews on Hibiscus Island.
We utilized one of the homes here in Hibiscus Island to be able to transfer the children from the ocean to land where we had rescue units standing by. Miami Beach Fire Rescue transported 3 children ranging between the ages of 8 and 12, all in critical condition.
Right now it's time for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia. It's brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's July 28th, and back on this day in 1957, rock and roll piano player and singer Jerry Lee Lewis made his first TV appearance.
Come on over, baby.
It was on the Steve Allen Show where the Killer performed a wild rendition of A Whole Lot of Shakin' Going On. His hair flipped around as he pounded on the keys, kicked the piano bench aside, and played standing up, and even with his feet. Not a prolific songwriter, Lewis received credit for putting his definitive stamp on songs that originated across genres, ranging from R&B, country, gospel. He loved it all. Lewis was inducted into the inaugural 1986 class of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and received a Grammy Lifetime Achievement Award. His life played out like a novel. There were 7 marriages, including one to his 13-year-old cousin, a near-fatal shooting, IRS troubles, car crashes, including the infamous 1976 arrest in which Lewis crashed his Lincoln into the gates of Elvis Presley's Graceland Mansion. And the Rock and Roll Hall of Famer made his TV debut back on this day in 1957.
All right, let's check on traffic and see if there's a whole lot of that moving this afternoon. Heather Larson's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
There is, Becky Lynn. A whole lot of shaking on the freeways. Traffic is slow on southbound I-17 from Union Hills to Bell due to an earlier crash there. We've got a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp on the I-10 frontage road westbound near Saraval Avenue. And the on-ramp is blocked on the 17 northbound near Peoria. 17 northbound is probably your biggest problem right now. So things are going to be backed up there from Indian School all the way north up to Dunlap. As for the surface streets, there's a crash at 81st Avenue in Glendale. That's slow for Glendale in both directions. Another wreck at 35th Avenue in Southern and one at 32nd Street and McDowell Road. We'll check traffic in another 15 minutes. Once again, I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
We'll see clear skies tonight, low temp around 85, and then sunny tomorrow, and still a little warmer than it has been. 111, 110 on Wednesday, maybe some rain midweek. It's 110 right now in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga.
It's the Chris and Joe Show.
KTAR News.
Pleasure being with you on air, online, on the KTAR News app. Joe, I say it all the time. What is the biggest issue facing Arizona?
Water.
Water is the problem. I have the solution. All this talk about, my goodness, we don't have enough water. We keep building houses. We don't have any water. We don't know what's going to go on with the future Colorado River Compact. And we're not going to have enough water. I've got the solution.
Is this the 2 words you wrote down?
Yes.
What did you write down? Move out.
Move out.
I knew it couldn't be something that actually fixed the problem.
This is like Santa Claus complaining that his house is cold.
Dude, I love Arizona.
You built in the North Pole.
I don't want to move out of here. I love it here. I've been here over 20 years. I'm not moving.
You will if there's no water.
There better be water for me then.
Joe, how do you think human migration patterns work? It's not like people sat around.
Yeah.
The nomads of 5,000 years ago didn't sit around and go, well, I guess there's no food. And people went, well, maybe we should move to where there's food. And they went, I'm not moving. I've been here 12 years.
Jania, how is the media market up in Billings, Montana looking? Are they in the top 15 yet? Are they pretty populated?
But they got water.
They do.
They're getting closer.
They got water.
Well.
Joining us right now is the director of the Kyle Center for Water Policy, Sarah Porter. And Sarah, thank you so much for being on the program with us. We appreciate that. We were just reading a story about how Buckeye and Queen Creek have tapped into the Harquahala Basin in order to make sure that they have enough water for future development. And we had questions we thought you might be able to answer.
Well, it's nice to be with you. I'll do my best. And I have to say, I pretty much disagree with all of those things you said about whether we have enough water.
Okay, explain that. Because right now I'm already packing my bags and moving to Billings, Montana, because there's just not enough water. Not yet?
Yeah, I would say there may be good reasons to leave, but water is not a good reason to leave the Phoenix area.
So why are you confident there's going to be water here 100 plus years from now?
Because we have had, since 1980, we have had rules in place that require water before growth. And so the purchases that we're talking about here by the town of Queen Creek and the city of Buckeye are about trying to line up water supplies for future growth. For the people already here, that work has been ongoing since 1980. And that's not to say we don't have challenges. We are looking at great uncertainty related to how much water from the Colorado River will be available for the Phoenix area and the Tucson area. But cities have been working very hard to make sure that they stay 100 years ahead in their water supplies for the people who are already here. People talk about the assured water supply requirement, and those are the rules that create this 100-year supply planning.
Sarah Porter is the director of the Kyle Center for Water Policy, and joining us right now as we talk about some of the water. Is Buckeye and Queen Creek have figured out how to capture enough water to build thousands more houses in their areas. Is there a concern about a finite supply as the valley continues to grow as exponentially as it has since 1980? I mean, here we are 45 years later. Anybody that's been here 45 years will tell you it's not the same town it was in 1980. Is there a limit to how much we can handle?
I mean, there's a limit out there in the universe, but the reality is since before Phoenix was a city, I mean, the Hohokam, the first people that settled here moved water to where they needed it. And so, the idea of a limit, like a finite supply, isn't really the question. In the Phoenix area, we have three primary sources of supply. That's water from the groundwater, water from the SRP system, that's the in-state rivers of the Salton Verde, and then water from the Colorado River that is transported here from the Central Arizona Project. We're looking at less Colorado River water being available. And we know that groundwater, when we use groundwater, we are essentially, unless we have very careful management, we are using it up. And so we haven't allowed growth on groundwater. That's our finite supply of water.
Okay.
The Colorado River water supply is diminishing, and the SRP supply is looking pretty darn good. There are options that are currently being explored for bringing additional water supplies into the Phoenix area. That's what's always been done.
Talking with the director of the Kyle Center for Water Policy, Sarah Porter. Sarah, just a moment ago, you mentioned that there's rules in place, the rules for growth here in Arizona, all across the valley. Got to be honest, I have a distrust of many politicians in this state, across the country. Who's protecting us to make sure the rules are followed? I feel like there's a lot of influence that oftentimes goes into play on things that, they say one thing, at times they do something else. And when money comes into play, they don't always play by the rules. So why should I believe the rules are going to be followed here?
The reason I would say the main motivation for complying by the rules is that the people who are doing the water planning, who are really the people who understand this, they also understand that if we get it wrong, any little mistake in how water is managed in Phoenix becomes an international news story. You remember a couple years ago when the community of Rio Verde was told by the city of Scottsdale that the Scottsdale would no longer let them use Scottsdale's water. That became a national and international news story.
We're going to be diving back into that in just a couple minutes. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So people who are doing the water management and planning are extremely motivated to make sure that we get it right, because they understand that if they make a mistake, there's a risk that people who don't have the time, investors from other parts of the country or even locally who don't know all the details, that they will simply give up. So also the way the rules are written, they're not really susceptible to people changing the rules year after the year. The rules were put in place mostly in the early 90s, and it's a very heavy lift to change the rules. But I think you're right that there's more pressure now to ease up on the rules, because right now those rules are limiting growth in Buckeye and in other the more outlying parts of the valley. And there's more pressure to ease up on those rules, political pressure.
So if I was to ask you, how confident are you that there's going to be water in 110 years in the Harquahala Basin for Queen Creek, for Buckeye? What's your level of certainty on that? Are you 100% certain there's going to be water?
So I think there is going to be a depletion of the Harquahala aquifer, because it was set aside. The Harquahala Basin was set aside as a basin from which groundwater can be transported. We only have a handful of basins in the state's 51 basins from which transportation is permissible. Will there be water for the Buckeye and Queen Creek and other suburbs and Phoenix? Same thing with Tucson? Yes, there will be, because there are a lot of different reasons, but the cities they know how to manage water. They're the very best. I'm convinced the very best in the world at municipal water planning. They have the capacity to make the big investments that are required to be made to make sure that this is a forever city with sufficient water. And I'll mention an example of that. The city of Phoenix in the last couple of years has taken steps to limit high volume water users. Other cities in the area have done the same. They're limiting high volume water users, like industries that come in and don't provide much of a return to the city. Mm-hmm. And the city of Phoenix is making a big investment in ramping up advanced water purification so that Class A effluent from a wastewater treatment plant can be sent to a plant that will treat that effluent up to drinking water standards. This investment potentially could reduce Phoenix's dependence on Colorado River water by 50%. So that's just an example of the kind of planning and smart long-term work that cities in the greater Phoenix area do to make sure that we do have water for the next 100 or 110 years.
Sarah Porter is the director of the Kyle Center for Water Policy. And Sarah, just follow-up questions on what you just talked about there, because Joe and I both had the same thought, and that is that when it comes to industries, the high water users, and then limiting those high water users that don't offer a good return. One of the things that we do know offers a good return is a massive high water user. That's the data centers and the AI centers that we're seeing that are being, developed around the valley right now.
Mushrooming around the valley.
So, I mean, what happens when you have a high water user that is giving us a return? Is that one of those things where we just say, well, listen, we've got these high water users. That means we have to put more money into developing the water purification. I mean, at some point, there's got to be a balance, right?
Yeah, and this is a decision for the city and the voters of the city to make. And so, actually, several cities have decided that data centers don't provide a sufficient return for what they give back. And so there are a bunch of cities, including Phoenix, that have limited data centers. It's a decision that's made city by city. They have a water portfolio. A place like Phoenix, every city has a water portfolio. And so they're thinking about they have a room in their portfolio to have more industries come in and use water. But those cities have to think about, is that particular water user worth it in terms of what it returns to the city? They have the authority to impose those kinds of limitations, and we have seen a number of cities, about a half a dozen cities in the greater Phoenix area, enact ordinances, and others are currently developing ordinances like that. But yeah, there's a limit, or the city has to go out and figure out a way to get more water. Without question, new water supplies are going to be more costly. The groundwater supplies that Buckeye and Queen Creek want to get from the Harquahala Valley, they've already spent tens of millions of dollars just for the water, and they're going to have to spend additional tens of millions of dollars in order to treat that water and move it for use in their cities. So they've made the determination that that investment will be worth it. In other instances, cities may decide that they would rather not have a high volume user than have to go, than buy new water. So it's really going to be community by community.
Talking about valley expansion with Sarah Porter, the director of the Kyle Center for Water Policy in Queen Creek, Buckeye, other outlying areas in the valley, and what's going to be the future here in Arizona. Sarah, thank you so much for your time. Very helpful information. We appreciate it so much.
Nice to speak with you. If you get nervous about running out of water, please give me a call, because that's not what we're facing here. We're just facing more challenges, but we've always been good at handling these challenges.
I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Maybe I'll have to say we don't have to move out quite yet then. Okay. Thank you, Sarah. We appreciate you. Well, Buckeye and the QC get their water issues squared away. Another Valley community is trying to figure out where their next cup of H2O is going to come from. Again. The on-again, off-again water spout that might leave you bathing in bottled H2O. Next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Here's Becky Lynn to quench your news thirst with the day's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:19. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. If it seems like buying a house is out of the realm of possibility at the moment, well, wait till you hear how much it can cost you just to actually own and maintain it. Hidden home ownership costs, on average, are more than $20,000 a year for Arizonans, according to Bankrate. Insurance, property taxes, repairs all add up, and Arizona ranks 21st in the country for hidden home ownership costs. Hawaii's the most expensive. West Virginia, the cheapest. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check the roads now. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Still a little bit slow on the northbound 17 from the Stack all the way up heading north. This is going to get you almost all the way to Peoria Avenue. But other than that, the freeways have their usual slow spots besides the Stack, especially the mini Stack and the Split right now. But most of the wrecks right now, anyway, are on the surface streets at intersections like 28th Street and Indian School. There's also a crash at 81st Avenue in Glendale. That's got Glendale still slow in both directions. And another one at 32nd Street and McDowell Road. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Don't wait. Get a financial advisor you actually like and trust. Claim your free portfolio review now at assetpreservationwealth.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
85 overnight, 111 the high tomorrow, and maybe some rain midweek. It's 110 right now in Apache Junction. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
It's Gatos. Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton says he's been denied entry at an Eloy detention center. What are they hiding there? Why didn't they let him in? We're going to talk about it with Megan McCain. 5 o'clock, Mondays with Megan. Outspoken, Bruce and Gatos.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Thanks to our previous guest there, Sarah Porter, the director of the Kyle Center for Water Policy, who says nothing to worry about when it comes to water.
There's rules.
We got rules in place. We have brilliant people, very creative solutions, and we have everybody's on it.
I tip my cap to you, sir, because you've really highlighted this issue a lot over the last year or so. Water is very nerdy. I could have talked with Sarah easily another 30 minutes about these rules, what actually makes us confident, not just for the next 100 years, but, 100 years seems like a lot of time to you and me. But, your kids have kids. They're going to be around in 100 years.
So that was the thing that struck me, because she brought up the agreement in 1980. And what happened in 1980 is they put up what they called the assured 100-year supply. So that any house that you build had to make sure that there was going to be water there for the next 100 years.
And we have that here in Arizona because it's scarce, unlike in other parts of the country.
We're a desert.
Yeah.
Right. That agreement was signed 45 years ago. We're halfway through the first hundos, right? We're halfway there. So what worries me is she also made mention of this. Colorado River supply is dwindling. And not only that, but it's also up for renewal, and we have to fight with Colorado, Utah, California.
And that's the big daddy of water in this region.
That's where the Central Arizona Project gets the waters from Colorado
You like that
River.
technical term that I use there? I think Sarah would respect that. The big daddy of water.
I think so. Groundwater is down.
Yeah,
we keep using it. It's not replenishing.
Yeah, there's she said 51 basins? That's not
Something
a
like
lot.
that. It is. You're talking about tens of millions of acre feet.
It's
all right?
nothing that will affect us. Probably not our kids.
We'll be dead.
But what about that generation after?
Because one thing that we know is Phoenix has been around for 100 years. Does anybody think it's not going to be around in another 100 years? I think we are. She did say that the SRP water supply is doing pretty well. So that's nice. I like to hear that. That's really good. But if I had one big takeaway, it was this. And it's what we see playing out right now in Rio Verde foothills, too. And that is, there's plenty of water if you have money. So a number of cities are saying we're not allowing for higher water users. We're going to put limitations on high water users and high water developments unless there's a good return on investment, which, of course, we know data centers.
And this dealt with Scottsdale was kind of the
well, you're talking about
the city
Rio
giving
Verde
water
foothills.
to Rio Verde foothills.
Yes.
Yeah.
So when she said that, it has to make sense financially, that is because if they're going to use the water, we then have to figure out if we have more workers, if we continue to see development. What's one thing you and I talk about housing all the time? Shortage. The only way you can build more houses is if you have enough water for more houses, which she said we've got access to water. And even if we use up the groundwater, we can still bring it in from elsewhere. I have two questions on that. First, what's it going to cost? Right? Second, who's going to give up their water?
Because we also know with Rio Verde foothills, they had this lottery that played out, and they had like 150 slots or so, and they said if you want to be connected to this standpipe when it goes in, it's going to cost $24,000.
Yeah.
And I believe all the spots, or the majority of the spots, were taken, and people said, "Yep, I'm ready to pay the $24K." And then when it came time for payday, only about half the people actually paid, and there were lots of warnings. So I guess those other 75 people have decided, I'm going to get my water elsewhere, or they're going to try to get it cheaper, or they're going to cry poor mouth.
Okay, come back to the larger picture here. When we talk about being costly, how much is costly? If we're talking about water purification, which more colloquially is toilet to tap, right? And I'm fine with that. I know a lot of people still freak out. I'm fine. It's drinking water. It's fine. And who doesn't
purify it?
Who doesn't love a little flavor? So but how many of those you're going to build? And then how much is that going to cost?
So you're not talking to the individual, the state.
The state.
Yeah.
If you're going to, but who's going to pay for it then? The individual is. I'm getting a fee on my water bill, right?
Yeah.
If we have to bring it in from elsewhere, we have to buy water from Colorado because we didn't, we've overused our allotment out of the Colorado River, something of that sort. Who's paying for that? I mean, we are. How much is that going to cost?
A lot.
And whenever we talk about water, we always, it's like anything else in life. You can do anything you want. How much are you willing to pay for it?
Mm-hmm.
How much are we willing to pay? I just don't know how much we're willing to pay. Because at some point we go, okay, I just can't keep paying for that.
Mm-hmm.
It starts to get too expensive. And people do start to relocate. They go, I can't afford the water. I can't afford how much water is costing in Arizona. I have to go somewhere else.
Well,
right?
Bad news.
And that's a migration pattern.
Bad news for the golfers in the state. Maybe that's the first step as we turn to desert golf. Less water. We turn that water around for others, and you take up deserts.
Just put turf down.
There you go.
Why don't we just put golf turf down?
Everywhere. Yeah, no more sand
Well,
traps.
at least on the golf course, for Pete's sake. Unbelievable. It's been a busy show, what with the busting of the child rapist of Epstein Island and then figuring out how to find water during a drought in the desert. All content, by the way, is available on our podcast, the KTAR News YouTube channel. And after a busy day at work, you just want to wind down. And in today's Headline Valley, you're going to learn about a new option for kicking back after you've put in a day of grinding. The other stories you need to know and life's most important questions are answered next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Now imagine growing up in a home where Dad owns his own company and you've watched Dad work hard. He's built that company from the ground up, and now it's really something special. Now you're at a point in your life where it's time to take over and make Dad proud. That's what Nate Orchard and his partner Jake Weber did with Advanced Window Products. The best value, best warranty, and absolute best custom windows in the desert. When Nate bought the company from his dad, which is coming up on being in business for 40 years, he wanted to carry on his father's legacy. Do business the right way. Keep the prices low, keep the volume high by providing the best service on the very best quality vinyl windows in the Valley. With a fleet of local installers, Advanced Window Products are going to measure your windows. They're going to create from scratch beautiful custom windows that are less expensive than 95% of the other window companies out there. And then they're going to guarantee them for life. So even if something does go wrong, if you hear a whistle and it doesn't fit quite right, if the neighbor boy puts a baseball through it, they're going to come out and fix it for free. Call them at 480-764-2002, 480-764-2002, 480-764-2002 for Advanced Window Products.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com. Viking.com.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Your kids think you are weird.
Yeah. I got one my dad does. The television is on and absolutely blaring.
Full volume.
I can hear everything that's going on Fox News. Like, Dad, it's not a real news channel. Oh, yes, it is. Yeah, CNN isn't a real news station either. Well, I already knew that.
Yeah.
Just blaring.
On, like, all the time.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With LifeSource, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap without salt. Upgrade your water today by calling 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with the D-backs TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at D-backs TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. As schools head back into session, Arizona law enforcement is asking parents and teachers to help prevent instances of violence among students.
Sergeant Kane Kimball is with the Assaults Unit of the Phoenix Police Department's Violent Crimes Bureau. He joined the 5-0 Info podcast on KTAR, where he explained the strain that can be put on local law enforcement when social media videos and posts of school threats go viral.
We've had several school threats that originated in Florida and Texas that we see out here in Arizona, and they're clearly not intended for us. Not that they should be intended for anybody, but then we have to devote resources to addressing that.
Kimball says parents are often the first line of defense, that they often have the broadest view of their children's lives and should be privy to what kind of images their kids are putting up of themselves online. Brandon King, KTAR News.
You can hear the full show at KTAR.com or wherever you get your podcasts. A man from Surprise has been sentenced to life in prison for starving, beating, and killing his 3-year-old daughter in 2015. First responders found her body and head covered in scars, lesions, bruises, and swelling. She was only 16 pounds when she died. And a man is dead after being shot by a Maricopa County Sheriff's deputy who was responding to a mental health call last night. MCSO says the man had a knife and was making suicidal statements. The deputy opened fire when the man refused to drop the knife and stop making advances, and the man was pronounced dead at the scene. A Delta Airlines pilot's in jail in Northern California, arrested by federal agents in the cockpit of a Delta plane that landed in San Francisco.
34-year-old Delta Airlines first officer Rustam Bagwagar had just landed in San Francisco piloting the Boeing 757 from Minneapolis when federal agents stormed the plane and arrested him in uniform and on duty. The arrest links to a case out of Contra Costa County in Northern California. The sheriff's office says Bagwagar, who lives in Florida, has been the focus of an investigation since April, the case involving sex assault on a child. When detectives learned he would be landing in San Francisco, they had federal agents waiting to arrest him. Alex Stone, EBC News.
Time to check on the roads now. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Extra spot is slowing on the 17 northbound at Glendale Avenue right now. The 17 northbound pretty slow up from the stack still. Mini stack is slow. The split is slow. And eastbound 10 is slow due to a wreck on the right shoulder at Litchfield Road. As for the surface streets, there's a wreck at 28th Street and Indian School slowing down that intersection, and another one at 32nd Street and McDowell. We'll check traffic in another 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Clear and 85 tonight, and then tomorrow we're going to be around 111 for a high and 110 on Wednesday. Could see a little bit of rain by late Wednesday into Thursday. It's 109 degrees currently in Tempe. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. You've probably never seriously worried about an invasion by North Korea, but on the next Arizona's Morning News, LaDonna Harvey and I will tell you where in Arizona those commies have already been spotted.
Every day, right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 News and a check on traffic with Left Lane Larson, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
Chris, Taroko? That's what I'm going with. Taroko. How would you pronounce that?
Taroko.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, Taroko Sports. It's a new Mesa entertainment venue. It's about 18,000 square feet of indoor complex. They're going to house batting cages, a pitching mound, hit track swing suite.
This sounds fun.
Electronic darts, miniature bowling, an arcade.
Let's get to the point.
And more.
Okay.
Their goal is to make baseball fun. You love baseball. You used to like playing softball.
Yeah, love it.
They want to make baseball fun and accessible, not just for athletes, for everyone, according to their founder and CEO. Chris, what do you want when you head out for a night of fun?
Oh.
Because I know usually you're more of a homebody.
I want nobody around. That's what I want.
No. You're going out for a night of fun. You can't have nobody around.
See, I'm getting older. I would have loved this.
Yeah.
I love the idea of...
You like a Dave & Buster's kind of concept?
I've never been to Dave & Buster's. Isn't that weird?
Really?
Yeah.
Never once.
I've never been to Dave & Buster's.
Chuck E. Cheese?
I like the idea of... Oh, I hate that. Too many kids.
Okay, well, Dave & Buster's is like that, but for older.
Right. But they're not running around screaming and peeing on each other, are they?
Running around, yes. Not urinating, no.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the idea of having the swing suite and the batting cages, that sounds like a blast to me.
Mm-hmm. You just like to show off how awesome you are at hitting the ball, don't you?
No, I take it very seriously. I want to get very good at it. I guess, I don't know.
You are good at it.
I don't know. You know, my wife and I used to bowl a little bit.
Really?
Yeah, I like doing that. But a night out, head out for a night of fun.
Yeah.
I'm so boring. You know what? I really... I like this is tough for me. I'll tell you why. So this is why it's so tough for me is because I do spend some time in Michigan during the year, and so in fact for Labor Day I'll be back in Michigan, and so to me, fun is getting on the water.
Okay.
Right? There's not that much the water around here to get on. So if you're going to Lake Pleasant, everybody's on Lake Pleasant, right?
Yes.
If you're going to one of the...
It's also a different vibe,
Yeah.
I would say, back in Michigan on the water, as opposed to Lake Pleasant on the water.
Yeah, so you've got kind of your party lakes, and then you've also got your recreational lakes.
Yeah.
And I have enjoyed the party lakes in the past, but I also like taking a kayak and just going into the little bayous and feeders. So at
We
night
do
out...
have the canal out here, Chris. Perhaps you could take a lovely...
Just kayak on the canal.
Lovely, kayak on the canal.
Fun.
Just a little paddleboard through
I
the
like
canal.
getting outside, and it's really hard for me to do when it's hot. So that's what I would say. Night out, for a night of fun. Yeah, I'm really boring. I'm just getting old, so I'm just not out like, woo, let's go to the club.
Doesn't have to
I've
be
done
the
all
club.
those things. I'll enjoy. Look, I've done all that stuff, but I'm just old. Where I'm like,
What about some fishing with
I think-
Pablo when he
I
does
think
that?
Dateline's on. I could go watch that. That's what I would. Yeah, get on the water, go do some fishing. I'd like that. What about you?
I had a friend the other night go
Swing
see.
through like a steakhouse and then
I had a
just to
friend
hang
the
out with
other
some
night go
friends.
see Moulin Rouge down at Gamage.
Yes,
I've been to Gamage 4 times. I've seen a number of plays there. I would love
That's
to go and
good.
do that. My favorite was Dear Evan Hansen. I thought it was phenomenal.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I would
This was
love
it?
to go see this. I just like doing something new. Like I went for
Okay, I
went
like
for
this.
a big run last night. So I don't know. I always I don't know what I want to do, but I've been to Dave and Buster's. I'll check out art. I've been to the zoo.
I like Top Golf. That count?
So I've been to Top Golf. I would love to try like the Pop Stroke or some of the other mini golf that's went in the
You know
last
what we
few
should
years.
do? It'd be good for social is the axe throwing.
Yeah. I would go and try it.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd be very good. There's also like the little carts.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
What about a new sport?
You just want to hit me in the back of the head with an axe, don't
catching.
you? Yeah, exactly. Oh, it'll be great for social as Joe's bleeding and Chris is standing there laughing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A new survey offers up the most assigned books in American schools today. You like to announce, unprompted, that you read so much and how cool you are because you're always reading things.
But I don't get through a lot of books. But I do read a lot.
I'm going to name the book. You tell me if you've read it.
Okay.
In fact, let's see if I've read them.
Okay.
Romeo and Juliet.
Parts of it.
So that's a no?
I just told you, parts of it.
The Great Gatsby.
Yes, I read it.
The Crucible.
No.
You didn't read The Crucible?
I said no.
Okay, well, I'm kind of surprised. Macbeth.
Parts of it.
That's a no. Of Mice and Men.
Nope.
To Kill a Mockingbird.
Yes.
Okay. Night.
No.
Okay. These are all the top assigned books in school. By the way, I had not even heard of that. It was like an Auschwitz survivor.
I haven't heard of that either.
Yeah, it was a Nazi camp survivor.
I mean, I can read off for you the ones I've read.
Nope.
Okay.
Hamlet.
Parts of it.
So that's a no.
I like how you're giving me a no. I mean, I had a Shakespeare class and we had to read parts.
Fahrenheit 451.
Nope.
Frankenstein. Nope. The original Mary Shelley's.
Nope.
Yeah, I was at 6. You were at 2.
Yeah, I mean, but I read Don Quixote, Animal Farm.
I know, that was the other thing, is I read so many other things in high school that are not on this list that I thought that was really fascinating. Those are the most popular ones today, by the way. Those have changed a little bit over time. In the past...
I like how you just bragged. I read 6 of them. You only read 2.
Oh, for somebody who's always like, I read all the time. And you
I
don't
didn't
read
say
anything.
I read a lot of books.
Hey,
I read a lot.
Here, back in 89, here are the top books that were a little bit different. Huck Finn was on the list.
Yes.
Did you read that? Okay, so did I. Julius Caesar was on the list.
No.
Yeah. Nobody reads Caesar. That's boring.
You're really shaming me here.
Scarlet Letter.
No.
And Lord of the Flies.
No.
See, and I've read actually more of those, but probably because I was in school in the early 90s.
Yeah.
That was from 1990 that those were a little bit different. The other thing I'd like to point out, too, is that I majored in theater, and so many of the books that are...
Yeah, you theater
They're
nerd.
all plays.
Yeah.
Romeo and Juliet, Macbeth, Caesar,
Go put
Scarlet
your
Letter.
tights on over there and dance around on the stage, theater boy.
I did, too. So here's your question. Of those that you've never read, will you now, which is 8 of them, will you now consider adding any of those to your summer reading list? Why or why not?
No, I tend to... What's that look for? You just gave me this like
Interesting
alarm
that these
look.
are all classics I just named, and you're like, no, I will not be reading any classics.
The only books that I've really read that are not biographies or autobiographies are the Hunger Games series.
Oh, that's
I
interesting.
read a lot of nonfiction. So
you seem really like
those are all the classics are all fiction.
You seem really fascinated on sort of learning about what makes people tick.
I am.
That's fascinating. That's really interesting.
I like to know real stuff. Like I don't need to read.
I'm sorry, Julius Caesar isn't real?
No, I don't need to read like trashy romance novels. Or
Fahrenheit 451 is a trashy romance
very
novel, huh?
exceptionally.
Okay. It's all about censorship and, destruction
what
of societies,
if we talk
but that's
about
cool.
something that matters, like honoring America's veterans?
Go on.
You cool with that?
Yes.
Honoring America's veterans and KTAR present Honor Our Heroes. Do you know a Valley veteran that you can honor with a once-in-a-lifetime experience? Text HONOR to 620-620. Nominate them to be one of 7 veteran grand marshals at the Phoenix Veterans Day Parade. It's coming up November 11th. That's HONOR to 620-620.
Our resident expert in going fast, Bruce St. James, and co-host of Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, has some ideas on how to go fast, who should go fast, and where you should go fast. You're going to find out how this speed expert feels about one Valley town that says too many of their youngest residents are going too fast, too often, where the brakes are being applied well before anybody has a driver's license. Next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Hugs from patients, like Patrick. It's something QC Kinetics medical professionals experience every day.
I hugged them. You should hug somebody who does that for you. They gave me my life back, and I really didn't know where I was going to go because I was definitely afraid of having a knee replacement done.
No surgery, no downtime with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. They give patients relief from joint pain using their own healing properties to repair and restore damaged tissue. And the results? Well, that's why we see a lot of hugs at QC Kinetics.
Everything is back that I thought I was never going to be able to do again. I'm still smiling, and sometimes it gets emotional. I get a tear in my eye because of how I was before I went in there.
Those smiles and hugs never get old at QC Kinetics. It means patients are finally getting relief. And now, it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate for these amazing treatments.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, our health starts with the air we breathe, right? Especially here in Phoenix. Well, check this out from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. How about a free whole home air purifier right now when you install a new high-efficiency AC unit? Yep. Paul Calvisi here. This is exactly what we did just recently. Got new high-efficiency AC from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, just like 3 of our neighbors went with Day and Night. And we got the free whole home air purifier. We're talking a $1,500 value at no extra cost. Think of it as our shield against allergens and dust and airborne germs so our families can breathe cleaner, healthier air every day, not to mention help reduce pet odors and cooking odors. Think of it as Day and Night. Comfort and clean air done right. Call Day and Night at 480-344-0082 or visit dayandnightair.com and schedule that free estimate. A free estimate at dayandnightair.com. Limited time offer, conditions apply. Financing available for qualified customers.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:46, I'm Becky Lynn. This is what you need to know right now. Lands in northern Arizona are still burning as the Dragon Bravo fire spreads. Containment dropped from 26% over the weekend to just 13% today. High winds, dry conditions, and rugged terrain are fueling it. Crews are hoping a monsoon could slow it down a little later this week. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's take a look at the road home this afternoon. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Northbound 17 just not clearing up due to earlier wrecks. Well, it is usually slow at this time of day, too, but you're going to find your heaviest traffic on the northbound 17 around Northern Avenue and, of course, extending all the way down to the stack. We've got a lot going on the Valley freeways, though. We've got a disabled vehicle blocking the on-ramp on the Loop 101 westbound near 51st Avenue. I-10 slow both directions between Tonopah and Siloam Road. And eastbound 10 is slow due to a wreck on the right shoulder at Litchfield Road. And when we check the surface streets, we've got a wreck at Hayden and Mountain View in Scottsdale. Traffic is brought to you by Arizona Painting Company. Arizona Painting Company, the #1 painting company in Arizona. They do it all, residential and commercial, inside and out. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Former Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb joins the show to talk about Alligator Alcatraz. It's the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, on the KTAR News app, and streaming live on the KTAR News YouTube channel. In the studio with us right now is Bruce the Great. Bruce St. James from Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. New Scottsdale City Ordinance prohibiting anybody under the age of 16 from riding an e-bike on city property or city streets. Basically, they're treating e-bikes like motorcycles, anything that can go over 21 miles an hour. How old were you when you first operated a vehicle that would go more than 25 miles per hour? This from a guy who is also a professional race car driver.
12?
That's older than I thought.
I thought racing go-karts.
Yeah. I thought you were going to tell me like 6 or 7 running go-karts that fast.
Yeah, I started racing go-karts, yeah.
Okay.
They were doing about 80 in them,
No kidding.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. That's quick. Yeah.
I started driving a car when I was 14.
See, and I expected with you'd say that you were running go-karts that would go 20 or 30 miles an hour, but I thought you'd say like at 7 you were doing that, 6 or 7.
I didn't get started that early.
So we had a neighbor that had a moped that would go up to 27. That was, felt fast.
This was coming. My brother has one of these e-bikes that they also send you like instructions on how to, if you clip this wire, it'll do 50 mile an hour,
Ooh,
and
I didn't know they were that fast.
A lot of places are like, well, you don't need a license plate.
Right.
It's not a motorized vehicle yet. And it seemed like maybe some of the manufacturers and others were it was a gray area.
Okay.
Now, I don't like what Scottsdale's doing, don't get me wrong, but there's no argument that these things are pretty much motorized vehicles. Let's just call it what they are.
Okay. That's interesting. I had no idea.
Yeah, the e-bikes are fast. You can do 50 plus in them.
See, and I thought it was still like you could go about as fast as you could pedal, or they were going to go about 10.
Ixnay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, no.
Interesting.
You can do wheelies and stuff.
Joe, how old were you when you first drove something more than 25 miles an hour?
Well, it hasn't happened yet, has it?
42?
Yeah. All right. What do you guys have going on today?
Meghan McCain's going to join us, and she is a staunch supporter of Israel, and we can't wait to have a conversation with her about, I don't know if you call it a U-turn or Trump's latest comments about Gaza and the situation there, and is that a break from Israel and Netanyahu?
So I booked tickets to the Trump International Hotel Gaza.
Okay, well, it's going to be lovely.
And I found
the golf course is going to be fantastic.
Found them online. They said, book now, it'll be built, and get in now early. So it was $2,500 for the room for a week. Yeah. And I thought that was a really good price for a Trump International Hotel. So it's booked for $2035. It said it would be completed. And all I had to do was send them my credit card information.
That sounds reasonable.
And I did that.
Do you get a Bible with it?
Yeah, it's one of the Trump. It's signed. It's autographed.
They don't have the Gideon Bibles in those rooms?
It's got the lyrics
Trump
to
Bible. Trump Bible.
Yeah, it's got the Lee Greenwood lyrics in the back.
Well,
yeah.
Should. Well, that is one of the verses of the Bible.
Greenwood 3:16. Yes. Is that right? That's good. Lee 3:16. Very good. So yeah, I'm a little curious as to how that's gonna shake out.
Yeah.
I just asked Joe about this, too, if you don't mind.
No,
we got
please.
another minute here.
Oh, this is going to be great.
Bruce St. James from Outspoken.
Glad I'm
Bruce
sitting
and
down
Gatos.
for this.
Mm-hmm.
So these are the top 10 texts that are being used in class today. And they've researched these, and so they do an update on this every so often. So,
Books, you've read a lot of these.
The ones that were done in the 1960s are slightly different than the ones that were read in the 1980s, 90s, and now slightly different. But actually, many of them are still on the list. For instance, Macbeth has been on the list in 1964, 89. Right, exactly. So, have you read Romeo and Juliet?
Yes.
The whole thing?
Yeah.
Great Gatsby?
Yes.
Oh!
Crucible?
No.
Macbeth?
Yes.
Of Mice and Men?
No.
That's a great one.
I was more into the Greek lit, so I did like Odyssey and Iliad, and I like those.
That's interesting. To Kill a Mockingbird.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody did, right? Night.
No.
No. And I was unfamiliar with that. I had to look it up. Now, Hamlet.
Yes.
Fahrenheit 451.
Yes.
And I'm going to guess Frankenstein.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Readers,
it's funny because
readers make good writers.
It's funny because Bruce is the guy who will play the dumbest, but he is the most well-read, especially because
I'm disappointed that they wouldn't have some Greek lit in there. You
I
know,
don't know.
Homer should be on that list.
Have you seen Gatos? There's 0% chance he's read any of those.
Yeah. How about some Aeschylus? I mean, some of the classics.
Oh, it's Antigone on that list. It's nowhere to be found. Unbelievable. I'm looking forward to your show. I'm looking forward to what Megan has to say about the U-turn, too.
At 5.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gato starts at 4, as he just mentioned. Megan at 5. Joe Huizinga, anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Talk to you then. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. The month of July, another great opportunity at Tombstone Tactical. 2 major well-known manufacturers, Daniel Defense and Smith & Wesson, are being featured all month long. So whether you're looking for rugged precision from Daniel Defense, dependable performance from Smith & Wesson, if you're starting a new setup, improving a setup, or just getting started for the first time, you're not going to find better deals on Daniel Defense or Smith & Wesson than you do right now. Tombstone Tactical on the southbound frontage road of the I-17 between Dunlap and Peoria, or tombstonetactical.com.
This month's KTAR Community Impact Spotlight focuses on your Valley Hyundai dealers and their support for Phoenix Children's. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming up in August, and over their 16-year association with Give-a-thon, your Valley Hyundai dealers have donated more than $1 million to Phoenix Children's. KTAR News is proud to shine the Community Impact Spotlight on your Valley Hyundai dealers and their tradition of giving to Phoenix Children's.
Hi, Jamie West here with Jerry, one of the amazing Life Plan residents at Beatitudes campus. And Jerry, what do you love about the Life Plan at Beatitudes?
Number one, we should be moving. Beatitudes Life Plan includes 28 acres where you can walk. We have lots of opportunities to be social. You can live independently but have some help through Beatitudes at home. It's all here.
Learn more about the Life Plan community by visiting beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
The atmosphere over Arizona is just right for the monsoon. generating sudden, severe thunderstorms with high winds, damaging hail, lightning, torrential downpours of rain.
Monsoons are back.
Making driving conditions unsafe on any road.
We're tracking the storms as they move across the valley from the I-10 and the 202.
Stay alert and stay informed with Arizona's news station covering the monsoon all across the valley.
This is going to be a very tough commute home.
KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels, right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The Dragon Bravo fire has been burning in northern Arizona since the 4th of July. And today, containment actually fell from 26% to 13%.
A lightning strike sparked the fire that destroyed 45,000 acres as well as several buildings, including the historic Grand Canyon Lodge. Lisa Jennings with the Southwest Incident Management Team says around 1,000 people are fighting the fire.
We're hoping for some monsoonal weather because of the moisture that comes for it, but that might mean additional lightning.
Dry conditions and high winds are making the fire especially intense. There's also a pyrocumulus cloud causing trouble.
This is a big smoke column that essentially, as it lifts up and cools, it forms its own cloud system and can form its own weather, including winds.
She hopes a monsoon will help clear the cloud later this week. Serena O'Sullivan, KTAR News.
It cost Arizonans more than $20,000 a year on average for hidden home costs, according to Bankrate. Linda Bell is a home equity analyst with Bankrate and says these things include expenses like home insurance, property tax, repair costs, which all add up to an increasingly expensive American dream.
Inflation is rising, home values are rising in general, and with that, these costs are rising as well.
Arizona ranks 21st in the country for hidden home ownership costs. Hawaii's the most expensive, while West Virginia is the cheapest. A deal's a deal, and President Trump believes the one he struck with the European Union this weekend will benefit the American economy. That tariff agreement at 15%, down from the president's threatened 30%. Isn't sitting well with everyone, though. Here's ABC's White House correspondent, Karen Travers.
The European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said that this is a good deal that will bring stability to both sides of the Atlantic, but there is criticism coming from some European leaders. Spain's prime minister says he supports the trade agreement, but without any enthusiasm, and the chancellor of Germany says his country's economy will suffer considerable damage as a result of these tariffs.
The agreement includes tariff exemptions for aircraft, semiconductor equipment, and some chemical and agricultural goods.
KTAR News, Water Watch.
Loans from the Greater Arizona Development Authority will help rural communities with infrastructure projects. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center to explain how the money will be spent.
The Escadilla Mountain Domestic Water Improvement District in Apache County recently received a $40,000 GATA loan to complete a standpipe project.
So GATA was good enough to provide us with this interest-free loan
for a year that we can use to do design.
He explains the money will be used to design a system of pipes throughout the neighborhood to bring water directly to homes. Kenobi adds they plan to have the loan paid off by May 2026 before it starts to collect interest. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
A popular phone app that's intended to help women spot danger in the virtual dating world has been targeted by hackers.
Dating advice allows women to share information about men they've dated, that they were married, used fake names, or had undisclosed criminal records. The app has exploded in popularity, including among hackers. T acknowledges that a data breach has exposed more than 70,000 images that had been uploaded by T subscribers.
ABC's Jim Ryan. Time now to get you home. Workday's over for many people, so let's see how it looks to get there. Heather Larson's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Folks are working the freeways right now, especially the 10 westbound through downtown. Extra thick per usual, but the 17 is slower than it normally is today. So we're looking at traffic between Indian School and Camelback Road on northbound 17. Also, it gets thick around Bethany Home Road, and you pretty much are just going to have some slow traffic more than usual heading up the northbound 17 all the way to Dunlap. We also have slowing on the 10 westbound way out west as you're approaching Salome Road. And as you're, hitting the city streets of Scottsdale, there is still that wreck at Hayden and Mountain View slowing things down there. We'll do another check of traffic in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
85 and clear skies tonight, but tomorrow up to 111 and 110 on Wednesday. We could see some rain by Wednesday and Thursday. Thursday afternoon and evening, about a 20% chance. Right now in Paradise Valley, it's 110 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Monday, hour #1.
Oh, a lot of people will call it the best hour.
We missed you on Friday. I say that not all that sincere.
I'd love to tell you I missed you, but I didn't. I was up in Sholo racing.
I'm glad we feel the same way.
Yeah.
But you did miss out on this very first story that we're going to discuss.
Oh, I heard about it.
And, oh, man, we've got a lot more details now.
Okay. This is the Phoenix father. He's not a dad. He's a father.
I don't think he's a dad or
he's
a
biological father, I believe. This is the one who left not one, not two, not three, but 4 children in a car baking in the sun for almost an hour while he spent time inside a adult shop. Well, how do we refer to those as? Adult?
I don't know.
I don't know how to say it.
I don't know. It's not a place that you should be if you have 4 children in the car.
For an hour?
For an hour.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
They say that the shop itself was alerted that there were children in a car outside.
Okay.
And that they made like intercom announcements for, the person incoming, and they said nobody responded.
Yeah. So we're doing this story Friday while you were gone.
Yeah.
And we didn't have all the details. And I wanted to know 2 things.
Okay.
I wanted to know how long the kids were in the car.
Okay.
And I wanted to know where was he? Because my guess was a bar. I was wrong.
You were wrong.
He was at
an adult store.
Right. Okay. Worse than a bar.
Well, you could certainly make an argument.
Okay. So those are the 2 things that I wanted to know.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not surprised really by either answer for the 2 questions that I had. I figured this slug would leave them in the car for a while. If it was longer than an hour, those kids might have been dead. So
yeah.
I was thinking maybe it was an hour.
Can we
and
say,
I was also thinking he was drunk at a bar.
Can we say that the children are okay and going to recover?
Yes.
There was some concern, though, if they'd have been left in a little bit longer.
Miraculously, the 4 small children are expected to be okay, but Largo has been booked on 8 felony charges.
They're inside of a car for upwards of an hour, which I can't even imagine what they, time-wise, felt it to be. Really hot, and then you're also now seeing officers put your dad in custody. I mean, that's the trauma associated with that is just profound.
Yeah, here's the other thing about dear old dad.
Mm-hmm.
When dear old dad decided to leave the porn shop and decide to actually go back outside after an hour of doing I have no idea what.
I don't want to know.
He saw the car.
Well, he snuck out the back door.
Well, I didn't know he snuck out the back door. I thought he saw the car and someone said, hey, isn't that your car? And he's like, no.
Yeah, he did say no.
No. Okay, so he snuck out the back door because he saw the police.
He saw Popo, yes.
Okay. Certainly he didn't want to get picked up. By the way, drunk off his rear end as well.
Yeah.
Wow.
He claimed that he was going to the store to, quote, get some supplies. Again, don't want to know.
Dude.
But yes, that he also was legally drunk. All the children were under the age of 10.
Yeah.
And Phoenix police say it was 125 degrees inside the car. The car was off. It wasn't running with the AC on and the windows were up.
Hey, Dad, if you want to go get your freak on, why don't you do it without the children in a hot car? Why don't you leave the kids at home? Or why don't you just leave the kids, period? Because you've got a rap sheet. You're a pig. You're disgusting. You brought your 4 children to a place they shouldn't be at.
Mm-hmm.
And you left them in the hot car and almost killed all 4 of them while you were doing something perverted.
Well, I think it's fair to say we're lucky that one, if not all 4 of these children didn't die.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for good Samaritans, if it wasn't for people noticing these kids in a car, who knows what this story would be, right?
As a reminder, experts say it takes only 10 minutes for the internal temperature of a car to go up by 20 degrees.
Wow.
Yeah.
Rolling the windows down does not help, and a child's body temperature increases 5 times faster than an adult. Again, the good news in this case is the kids are expected to be okay.
Thankfully.
Yeah. So Dad's in jail. But here's the thing. You don't get another chance. I say this a lot. You know, there are a lot of people, we have got to get Dad rehabbed and we got to get him another chance. So I don't believe in that. I think some people can get rehabbed. I get it. You know, some people do deserve a second chance. But, you know, this is the second time that he was just drunk and driving these kids around. He's got a DUI beforehand, and it's the middle of the day. And you can't figure out what to do with your kids.
And he lied to the police that it was his car.
It's amazing. I just don't think you get another shot, man. I think that's it. I think you're done. Now, I do understand he's not allowed to go see the kids. That was what the judge said. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the minimum.
As the Department of Child Safety conducts its own investigation, police find themselves once again urging parents to never leave their kids inside the car.
When you go to a porn place.
This is another story of parents, and mom was at work.
Right.
While dad was doing this.
I can't imagine what mom is thinking right now.
Well, play along with me.
I can't imagine it.
We get back to this. Do you think that was the first time he ever did something like this? Neither do I.
No.
It's just the first time he got caught.
Yeah. All right.
Whether it was a bar or an adult store, whatever.
Let me take it a step further.
He just leaves kids in hot cars.
Okay, let me take it a step further.
Okay.
What if mom knew that he has done this before and she's still trusting him with the children?
That was the story in Marana.
That's why I brought it up, Bruce.
Yeah.
So the story in Marana was there was a guy who at different times would leave his daughter in the hot car and he would go and play video games inside.
Yeah.
And mom knew about it. And his daughter died. She cooked in the car and was killed. And so, you know, that mom knew that dad was also doing that. And of course wanted to put a stop to it, but didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And so
like how many chances do you give them?
I'm sorry. If
to eventually for this horrible
here's
tragedy.
The difference. You're leaving your kids in a car on purpose. That's
right, not by accident or I forgot or no. You're doing
this is absolutely. We all know it is on purpose. You are leaving your kids in a hot car to go to a porn store. You are leaving your hot kids in a car to go and play video games. You don't get another chance.
Agreed. The judge actually, I thought it was interesting because I don't spend a lot of time in court maybe that's a surprise to you. But the judge says he was surprised that police didn't charge him with a higher class of felony. He thought that the guy was getting off light. He talked about the severity of this. He said, you know what? You could have exited that store to a car full of dead children.
Absolutely.
His bond was set at $50,000. But all he can do is he ordered to stay away from the children.
Kids had a low-grade fever when they were taken to the hospital.
Yeah, but he says the judge thought that Phoenix PD should have charged him with a higher class felony.
Like, if you're this guy, you're 38 years old, you left your kids alone in a dangerous neighborhood to go into an adult shop. Like, how do you say that you love your children? Because what are you putting first in your life? You're putting pornography first. You're putting, let's get my freak on first.
Well, you're just putting yourself first.
Right.
I want to get drunk.
Kids are way down.
I want to go do that. Yeah, the kids didn't make the top 10.
No,
it's horrible. And you're right. If and when, and we hope it's not, he's allowed to be around these children again, you can assume he'll make bad decisions that put these kids' health, safety in danger.
Mom's got to be, between mom and then the legal process, he's done.
He drove there drunk.
He's done.
I mean, like how many different things do you have to do that could have injured or killed your kids?
Yeah, I don't know. And he's done it before.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the law will go its own way and we'll figure it out there. But mom can make the decision and say no more.
Hey, she goes in front of this judge, he'll side with her. This judge will go, absolutely. We've got a check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us. And then coming up next, Gatos, there's an asteroid headed our way.
I heard about this.
The city killer.
Oh,
well, good news, bad news.
No, there's only bad news.
It probably won't hit Earth, but it might hit the moon. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, Aria Dental Implant Center. Get there before the asteroid hits, because you want to get your teeth fixed. You have broken teeth, you have missing teeth, and you want to go in and you want to smile again. So let me introduce you to Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe has been doing this for decades, all right? And he'll actually meet with you, sit down with you, talk with you as long as it takes. If you have any other questions, he will give you his cell phone number. That's the kind of guy that he is. He wants to change your life. He wants to make your life better. That's what he lives for. That's his goal in life. How can I improve this person? How can I improve this person's health? How can I improve this person's looks? And it's all at Aria Dental Implant Center. Dr. Joe wants you to eat all the foods that you desire that you currently can't even think about it because you can't chew those foods. In most cases, you're going to receive your smile, your new teeth 5 days after surgery. Aria is spelled A-R-I-A. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. 3 people are dead and more are injured after an active shooter at a hotel and casino in Reno, Nevada.
Reno police say they don't know a motive, that a shooter walked into the valet area of the Grand Sierra Resort and Casino on Monday morning and began firing at random victims. Then he ran away, getting into a gun battle with a security guard and then shooting and killing a driver who was passing by. In total, 3 victims were killed. Sparks Nevada Police Chief Chris Crawford.
It was later determined that the suspect had multiple firearm magazines with him at the time of the shootings.
The shooter was arrested. Police say the suspect and victims had no known connection. Alex Stone, EBC News.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now, looking at the roads for us, it's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a wreck at I-17 and northern. I-17 has just been slow all day, but if you're headed that direction, you're going to see a lot of brake lights, and that wreck is going to be on the right side of I-17 right there at northern. Now, if we're hitting the city streets, let's go to Scottsdale first. There's a wreck at Hayden and Mountain View that's blocking all of the eastbound lanes of that intersection. And then in Phoenix, we've got a wreck at Central and Broadway, slowing down that intersection. We're going to do a check of traffic in another 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
This portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker. I know this concerns you, Gatos, so I'm not even sure where to start.
There is a fear that I have about getting whacked by an asteroid.
Literally.
I don't know where it came from.
It's an unnatural fear.
It's an unnatural feeling. It's an unnatural fear, possibly, but it has approached my life over the last couple of years.
Well, we have two.
That's probably why.
Yes. Two asteroid
Not
issues
one.
going on.
Two.
Which one do you want? You want let's do the one that's happening today.
Oh, it's today?
Yeah.
There's a very slight chance that they say plane size. There's lots of different sizes of planes.
I think they mean the big one.
A big plane-sized asteroid will be passing Earth today. It is going to be traveling at 46,908 miles per hour.
It's a planet killer, Becky Lynn.
No, that's not a planet killer.
Oh, it's not.
I don't think so.
Okay.
It's the size of a plane.
It's a city killer, Becky Lynn.
It could be a city
I don't know about that, but it's not going to hit us. The asteroid experts say they don't. Can I tell you my favorite part of this?
No.
You can tell me.
The nerds at NASA. Let's go with nerd Ian J. O'Neill at the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Here's what he said about this asteroid that's going to skirt past Earth.
What is this asteroid called again?
It has a name. It's this is a 2025 OW.
In other
They're
words,
not even that good at
ow.
They should get
That's what
the
we'll
same
say.
people that name hurricanes to do these because that's boring. Here's what he said.
Yeah.
If there was a threat, you would hear from us. We would always put our alerts on our planetary defense blog. First off, are you checking the planetary defense blog on a regular basis? Because
I've got it right here.
That's what the Jet Propulsion Lab says is where they would put it if there was a threat to Earth.
Not X, not Threads.
No,
not
they're going to put it on their
Facebook.
blog.
Yeah.
science.nasa.gov/blog/planetary-defense-.
Yeah.
You have it bookmarked, right?
I do.
Now you can check. So this one is going to go by today, size of an airplane. It will not hit us. They say, rocks going by us are this happens all the time.
I want to know about the one that was called a city killer a couple months ago.
So
'cause that's kind of
that one has a different name. That's 2024 YR4.
Oh, that's the city smasher.
They need to come up with asteroid, Helen or something. So this one is the size of a building. I don't know the difference between a plane and a building.
It's a building-sized object.
I need specifics, right?
2-story, 1-story.
This was the one that was allegedly on a collision course with Earth. The city killer,
right?
That you were very concerned about recently.
It was going to hit Tucson, and I was okay with that.
You were okay with that part. It was 3% back in February. 3% chance of hitting Earth. It's now the odds have gone down, but
I told you this was going to happen. You know I said this.
The chances of it hitting the moon are going up.
I told you it was going to hit the moon.
They say that if it hits the moon, it will be the largest asteroid to hit the moon in over 5,000 years.
See?
They said you'll be able to see it with small telescopes or maybe even binoculars.
Would it knock the moon out of its orbit?
It's not that big, but it would cause, it hits and creates a big crater, and they say rock and space dust and whatever debris goes up, and then we could have meteor showers a week later of all the stuff from it.
Meteor showers.
Yeah.
Well, I have a thought on that.
You have okay.
So hopefully, it won't be a full moon because it's easy to hit the full moon. It's all there right in front of you. But if it's one of those crescent moons or
a lot harder to hit.
Go right through that little cutout
Go
place,
through
right?
the dark portion of it. You can't even hit it.
Much tougher to hit.
Okay. Now, good news, bad news on this again?
Yeah.
2032.
Oh, you have time to get
December of 2032.
It's right around the corner.
Now, they did say this could be hell on satellites. If all this stuff goes poof, they said it could take out some satellites, and they also warned that there should be no astronauts in orbit when this thing hits.
Told you. This thing is a city killer.
Well,
it's very
depends
there are
on the
no
city.
cities on
No cities in
on the
space
moon.
as of right now.
Again, it could move. Not the moon.
No.
The asteroid, the trajectory could move. Because remember, when we started talking about that asteroid, it was a 0.001% chance.
Yeah.
And then it jumped up to like 6
Oh,
in
yeah,
1
it
week.
got pretty
and
high
it
at
was
one
like
point.
6% chance. Holy cow, it's a 6% chance.
Yeah, but then they realized somebody forgot to carry a 1.
Yeah, there was
I don't think that's...
Came it all back to,
They don't do that at NASA. They do all that stuff in their head. They're very smart.
So I did try to find out the exact size. And they did it in something called a meter, which I don't understand. Yeah. So I Googled it. They say it's about 200 feet in diameter. 200 feet in diameter.
I thought we were talking about a football field.
I don't think it's the size of a football field.
All right. It's very scary.
A large building.
Very.
A medium-sized building. But you're going to, I believe in you. I think you're going to make it. And I think you have, when's 2032 coming up again? How many years from now?
Right around the corner.
Right around the corner. You'll have time to plan, though.
Oh, yeah.
Get your bunker ready.
I don't know. I don't think a bunker would survive something. I don't think you could survive something like that.
Really?
No. If it's going to hit part of the Earth, you got to make sure that you're not at that part.
Well, that makes a lot of sense,
right.
actually.
If it's headed towards, let's say, I don't know, Texas.
Australia.
Texas.
Oh, okay.
You want to make sure you're not in a neighboring state.
Okay.
I would definitely not Texas.
We've got New Mexico as a buffer zone if it hits Texas.
Just checking.
And no one would even miss New Mexico.
Let's check back in on this like around 2029.
Let's get a little closer. Yeah. I think that's a good call, Becky.
I put it on my schedule on my phone.
Okay. If we're going to do regular updates, well, now you know the website to go look at from the NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
NASA.gov.planetary-defense- what is it again? What is that? The Planetary Defense blog.
Yes, that's where NASA says it puts its planet killer stuff on.
I'm reading,
just so you want to
double
check that.
We need anything.
Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn promises to do that for us.
Last updated in June. They need to get going.
They need to get going. There could be some updates. Up next, the biggest reason that the ESA voucher program is a total scam, and it all has to do with the number 12. We'll tell you why. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Creative Environments Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. One thing you may not know is they offer lawn care and turf management, regular mowing, fertilizing, weed control, eco-friendly methods, and the best service in the industry. Plant and tree care, everything for your outdoor space. Irrigation system monitoring and repair if necessary, and pest and disease control. Just go to their website, creativeenvironments.com. You're going to love the customer service. You're going to love the results. Do it now. creativeenvironments.com.
Tune in every Friday during Arizona's Morning News from 5 to 8 a.m. for KTAR's Consumer Voice, proudly sponsored by Arizona Central Credit Union. Tune in as we delve into fraud prevention and consumer protection issues affecting Arizona. Stay informed with the KTAR News team. We've got you covered. Make life simple with Arizona Central Credit Union. Local, trusted, and secure loans for mortgage, vehicles, business, and personal. Arizona Central Credit Union. You belong here. Federally insured by NCUA. Restrictions apply.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases. Notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Well,
man. Look at that. Return of the dang old king, man. Oh, wow. Emotional.
King of the Hill is back.
They got a Bob's in the airport now. Oh, that's Boba.
World has changed, Dad.
Bobby wants to bring that new girl over for dinner.
The Vegas? What the hell am I supposed to feed her?
Can't we just put some grass in a bowl?
From Mike Judge and Greg Daniels.
Ready to make some memories, Dad?
Let's freaking go.
A Hulu original series, King of the Hill. Season premiere August 4th, streaming on Hulu.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy Chicken Biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all three if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
The Force is strong with this one. Star Wars Night at Chase Field is Saturday, August 9th. Arrive early to get the Corbin Carroll Star Wars Bobble, courtesy of Cox. Visit dbax.com for tickets.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. For a 25th time, Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays is suing the Trump administration. This latest lawsuit centers around a demand to states from the U.S. Department of Agriculture for the sensitive information of Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program recipients. A total of 21 states have signed on to this lawsuit. Mays accuses the Trump administration of, quote, wanting to use personal data as a weapon to intimidate vulnerable families and discourage them from seeking basic help. Again, Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays has joined lawsuit number 25 against the Trump administration, and this one over access to the personal data of SNAP recipients. Get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Just download the KTAR News app. And for more, you can go to KTAR.com. In Michigan, Arizona Senator Mark Kelly and former state representative Gabby Giffords met with voters concerned over tariffs from the Trump administration and social cuts from DOJ.
Senator Kelly told CNN Sunday the visit to Warren, Michigan, just north of Detroit, was in reaction to what he says is non-action and non-answers from that community's representative in Congress, Republican John James.
Myself and my wife Gabby sat there and took some questions from them and tried to explain to them what's going to happen to Medicaid. What's going to happen to food assistance?
Kelly relating to voters' higher grocery costs that he's seen at local grocery stores, as well as concerns over agricultural jobs that could be eliminated by tariffs. He says he hopes the visit will show that there are members of Congress fighting for them.
Listen to voters, wherever they are, about what are the problems they're dealing with and how do we fix them?
Brandon King, KTAR News.
Kelly was also asked if the visits to other states meant he was considering a presidential run in 2028. He said he couldn't give a yes or no answer. Well, if you think it's hot here in the Valley, This time of year it always is, honestly, but life-threatening heat is blanketing the Midwest and South today, affecting roughly 185 million people. Here's more now from ABC News meteorologist Kenton Jawecki, who says areas in and around Memphis could see a heat index of as much as 120 degrees.
120, by the way, in humidity is different. I know this is a little bit of a debate, but it is different than a dry 120 because when you have the humidity, that means that your skin cannot evaporate off the sweat, which is how your body cools down. If it's a dry 120, that is evaporating very rapidly and can allow you to cool down a little bit more.
Forecasters say the heat index in many places could be well into the 100s today. Let's see how the road looks as you head home. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. The road is looking rough if we're talking about the northbound 17. There was a wreck that was blocking the right lanes of I-17 at Northern a little while ago. This is getting better. Some cars are starting to get through here. You're still going to see some brake lights for a little bit, but this should be clearing up. Now, of course, the 17 is backed up from Northern all the way to the stack. You got your usual backups at the mini stack and the split, as well as where the 10 westbound meets the 202 northbound. And those are normal for this time of day, but that backup on the 17 should be clearing up any minute now. I've also got a wreck at Hayden and Mountain View in Scottsdale. That's got all the eastbound lanes blocked there. And we're going to do another check of traffic in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Clear skies tonight, low temp 85, 111 tomorrow, and 110 on Wednesday. It's 111 right now in Mesa. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Former Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb joins the show to talk about Alligator Alcatraz. It's the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
So we've had a lot of conversations, Gatos, about the ESA program, Arizona's Empowerment Scholarship Account. This is where
parents hoard money,
yes, okay,
hundreds of thousands of dollars, and don't spend it towards their kids' education. Go ahead.
Yeah. We're learning now maybe why that the program is getting out of control, and maybe why some of the spending has been on non-approved items. There isn't as much oversight, but there's a reason, Gatos. I want you to feel better about this. So I want to take you back to 2022. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's when the
whole thing started.
Whole thing kicked off, right?
Mm-hmm.
There were about 11,000 students enrolled in the program. And they had, over at the Arizona Department of Education, 12 people that's job was to make sure that the money was actually going towards education. They were the minders, the overseers, okay?
Right.
So fast forward to right now. We now have more than 85,000 students enrolled, so 11,000 to 85,000. That's more, right? Still the same 12 people checking.
It's crazy.
They didn't add any extra people there. It's the same ones.
No.
And yeah.
And we're gonna ask Governor Hobbs. I'm gonna ask her that right out of the gate tomorrow. She's gonna join us for her in studio every 2-week exclusive interview here at 5:30. And they didn't put anything in the budget. Why not?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you? If people are spending money on a $5,000 Rolex, someone got caught. This is one of the few that got caught.
Yeah, these are the okay.
$24,000 golf simulator. So stuff like that, a cello for $20,000. Like those were a few of the parents that actually got caught. How many have gotten through?
Right. If it's still the same 12, think of it like IRS agents trying to find people cheating on their taxes.
Yeah. Here's another detail of why the ESA is a total scam. So if parents are smart and they know the rules and they want to rip, the taxpayers off, which is what's happening, all they have to do is spend $1,999.
What do you mean?
Because Tom Horn acknowledges that we can't keep an eye on everybody.
We got 90,000 people on the program.
So if it's 2,000, if it's under 2,000, you just get a pass.
We don't even look at it.
Don't even look at it.
Under $2,000, you're fine.
Right. It's a loophole. Sure.
Wow.
Yeah.
And we told everybody that the number was under $2,000. Like, maybe if you hadn't told them, I'm just going to throw it out there. Because you just set the limit. You're like, so what is it exactly?
No questions asked.
No questions asked at $1,999.
Keep it under $2,000.
Okay.
See,
just checking.
I don't understand why, even if you like these things, you don't realize that this is just an absolute scam.
Well, and I've said this before. I can understand the need for some parents to be able to pay for their kids' education in an alternative way. Every time we talk about this, I'll get some texts at 620. My child has unique special needs. They weren't offered in my district. I had to take that ESA money and take my child to a district where they could get the type of help and education they needed. We didn't want to leave our school. It was kind of the only option we have. And so this has been a lifesaver. That's the minority. Let's just be honest. Those types of stories of parents who had no other option are obviously not the ones that we hear about with six figures of taxpayer dollars sitting in an account,
right?
Which, by my logic, which I will acknowledge is clouded at times, means they didn't need the money for school because their kid has been getting educated. They just weren't spending the money.
And they're going to take that money and they're going to pour it into their kids' college fund. That's going to pay for college. So this was a K through 12, and now some of this money, much of the money is being used not only for, incredible rides on horses, which I think is one of the biggest, craziest things that we got out of some of this new info.
Well,
but it's for paying for kids' colleges. That's not what this was supposed to go to. But the bottom line is this: why was there no new money?
Okay, that's the big question, right?
Why was there no new money
for more of these checkers? Right. Listen, go from 12 to 1,200 or something.
The 12 people have no chance. They're completely overwhelmed.
Oh, have to be.
And they can't do their job. And it's not their fault.
So there was no extra money in the budget that was just negotiated and signed.
Right. So why not? Why didn't the governor hold out? And for we've asked her about this. Why didn't you hold the budget hostage?
Yeah.
If you don't like the ESAs
Shut
as much
it down.
as you say, we're not going to do anything until this is done. And I could guess why she didn't do it. I think what she's doing is hoping that she's going to win the race, and that they can flip the House and the Senate to blue.
Really? Boy, that's a heck of a bet.
Hasn't been done a long time.
Heck of a bet, right?
That's really the only way that she can do it.
But okay, listen, and we need to talk to some of these. We've had John Kavanaugh in. We've had Republicans in the state legislature. Mm-hmm. Do they not understand this math as well? Like, I don't know. Like, this isn't ideology is whether you should have a program. $1 billion hole in the budget isn't about ideology anymore. Right. We've moved past that. It's not an ideological argument on the ESA. It is, this program obviously needs guardrails. This program obviously needs some sort of limits.
Not if you want to put public schools out of business.
Well, I want to get them on record as saying that's what their goal is.
This is how you do it. They're not going to say that.
I want to hear why.
They want to put public schools out. They don't.
We're fiscally conservative. What about that $1 billion? Well, except for that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. They don't want public schools to exist anymore. And this is a way to kill public schools. But they're not going to tell you that. But that's the goal. They know these numbers don't work. They know that a $24,000 golf simulator probably isn't all in the up and up.
It stretches the
right
the definition of for education.
But how do we get rid of all public schools? This is how we do it.
You think $1 billion is a lot? Wait until it becomes a full blown free for all.
It already is.
Really?
Oh, I think it is. Don't you?
And why did we tell them the number's 2,000? You should tell them that. Should have kept it secret.
Yeah,
as opposed to you can cheat up to $2,000. Oh, okay, thanks.
Yeah,
appreciate it. We're on the honor system now.
$1,999. Thank you very much. Ignored.
Checking the headlines are on the way. The Pride of Tennessee, Becky Lynn, is going to do that. By the way, there is some breaking news coming out of New York, where there is a shooter on the loose. Now 6 people have been shot, and they are looking for a shooter on the streets in Midtown Manhattan. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Kind of along the same lines. If you saw people getting stabbed inside of a store, would you run away or run toward them. It happened over the weekend. We'll tell you that story. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, America Roofing wants you to know that your roof could be talking to you, giving you kind of some warning signs. And here's what you should be looking for, okay? Don't ignore the early signs like water stains. Pretty simple. You got a brown stain on your ceiling, you got a leak. And if you continue to ignore that, your little small leak, that little brown stain, is going to become massive. Warped shingles, missing granules. This means it's time to act. It means it's time to call America Roofing, family owned and operated, licensed, bonded, insured, A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. You need to get America Roofing out there. A lot of times we wait until something absolutely goes wrong. Don't think of it that way. Call America Roofing, have them come out and inspect your roof. If you mention Gatos, they'll do that for free, and then you're going to know where your roof stands in terms of health. 602-960-ROOF, 960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. At least 2 people, including a New York City police officer, were shot today in a midtown office building that houses some of the country's top financial firms and the National Football League. A person familiar with the matter tells the Associated Press. The Fire Department of New York says emergency crews were called to the Park Avenue office building for a report of someone shot. Police have provided no additional information yet. Get breaking news notifications right on your phone by downloading the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. Time to take another look at the road home this afternoon. Let's go to Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Things are looking better on the 17. It is still slow northbound from about the Stack to Camelback, but that earlier wreck at Northern has cleared. So while the 17 northbound is slow right now, it is drastically improving. So let's go now down to the East Valley. We're going to go to Chandler, where things are a little bit slow. We've got a crash blocking the right lane on the 202 eastbound near Arizona Avenue, and still a little bit of slowing in Scottsdale at Hayden and Mountain View. All of the eastbound lanes are slow there due to an earlier wreck. Traffic is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Receive $5,000 in upgrades when you bundle your new pool with a landscape package. Visit dolphinpools.us to learn more. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help.
Be the champion of hope and help
kids like me and Phoenix children.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's begins Monday, August 18th. Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families. The Give-a-thon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. See your local Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end July 31st. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Hey, it's Joe Huizinga. How is it Arizona has some of the best high schools in the country, but one of the worst public school systems? And what can we do about that? We'll ask the head of some of those incredible high schools how they do it. Tomorrow at 2 on the next Chris and Joe Show.
You know, we're keeping an eye on this story coming out of Manhattan, downtown New York, where a gunman has opened fire, it seems originally either on the street or in an office building.
I think it started on the street.
Yeah, a report of 6 people shot, including a NYPD police officer. And now we're hearing reports that the gunman might have taken his own life inside of a building. But,
coward. Low-life coward.
Yeah, but he was shooting out of the building, like onto the street at one point.
Why don't you just kill yourself before you do any damage?
There's a picture of this guy walking. Holding a rifle, just rifle. Walking with a rifle in his hand in New York City, right in Midtown Manhattan.
If you're so pathetic, and you hate the world and you hate everybody, you know, and don't go out and shoot a whole bunch of different people, just
innocent people,
just off yourself, and then that's it. I mean, if you didn't try to get help, whatever it is, don't think about going out and shooting a whole bunch of people. Stay wherever you are in your house, your apartment, and instead of going and killing other people, and then you know you're going to end your life after that, just end it early. Just put yourself out of your misery.
I don't. You know, this could be a workplace issue. Like, I have no idea. Obviously, we don't know at this point.
But you know what his mindset is. His mindset is
to go kill people
as many people as I can, and then I'm going to kill myself.
Yeah.
So just kill yourself. Just get it over with.
Get out the middle.
Do yourself first.
Yeah. Again, I'm watching some of the local New York stations that are on top of this.
You go after you go after a police officer, NYPD, you are not going to last the day.
Yeah.
And he did.
They were shutting down entire city blocks.
And Fox News says NYPD sources.
Yeah.
Gunman shot himself in a New York City building.
And the building is a 345 Park Avenue. By the way,
wow.
That is where the NFL is located. It's Blackstone Group, KPMG. It's a large office building that has a lot of big companies headquartered in
I was texting some family members who are out in New York right now. I was doing it during the break, and I said, did you hear about this? Because they're in New York. They're from Phoenix, but they're traveling out to New York. And they said, yeah, we heard about it. We're right around the situation. And I'm like, my goodness. All right, you're safe? We're safe.
Well, as long as you're safe. And it appears at this moment, again, according to NYPD sources, that the gunman may have taken his own life after shooting between 2 and 6 people, including a New York police officer.
So 2 people are dead? 2 people are dead is what we're looking at.
I'm not sure.
2 civilians in New York City believed to be dead is what CNN is saying.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I mean, I saw some video of people that did not look like they were in good shape, without a doubt. And they had fire department and police officers working on them.
So is it terrorism or is it a disgruntled guy?
Could be.
I don't know.
until we learn more about the suspect, I think we're kind of stuck.
Remember the last time we talked about a shooting in New York?
Tell me. Why am I blanking? Is this obvious?
It's pretty obvious. The healthcare guy.
Yeah.
The
Luigi.
CEO.
Yes. Killing the CEO on a street corner.
Crazy.
This seems more terrorism-like than targeted.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, well, that certainly was targeted, the healthcare. Yeah.
So that is...
we'll see if anybody feels bad for the guy who killed himself, right?
Apparently he...
Well, my point is that they felt bad for that. People in the United States, they were like,
they felt bad for Luigi.
You go, Luigi. And like, hold on a second. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
You're going to cheer for a murderer? Oh, well, he killed somebody who, these healthcare people, they kill people every year.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Please
wow.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Wow.
So, at least what started off is pretty crazy. I mean, at one point they said he was shooting, down the street. You and I have both been to New York.
Sure.
There's always people on the streets. You know what I'm saying? If you're shooting randomly into crowds of people standing on street corners, God only knows how many people.
3 in the morning, people are on the street.
Right.
6 a.m. to 2 it doesn't matter.
Much less, 6 o'clock at night there when this started. So, or 7 o'clock, yeah.
Oh, gosh. That's a horrible story.
Yeah. I think they found his car. So he drove up to this area, it looks like.
This did not last long.
Jumped out, started shooting, went into the office building, shooting some more. And then, again, according to NYPD, sources took his own life.
Oh, boy.
But we'll keep an eye on this story. We did see a police officer being taken into an ambulance. He looked...
was he in a gurney? Was he the one in a gurney?
But he had a bottle of water in his hand, and he seemed, if he got hit, it didn't appear to be too serious.
Thank God. But it looks like we're gonna have 2 people that have
other civilians involved in this. So the bomb squad is down there. They're looking at things. So developing situation in Midtown Manhattan where a gunman opened fire on a pretty busy street right there on Park Avenue, and then took his own life apparently after killing at least multiple people at this
Unbelievable.
point. We'll give you the latest on it. Obviously, Becky Lynn will stay on top of that story as well. Up next, it's Mondays with Megan. Meghan McCain going to be joining us next. Israel is the only country not allowed to win a war. Those are the words of Meghan McCain. We're going to ask her about it next. And Trump's 180? On the way, Mondays with Megan. Next up, right here. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, got a few more days here in July, but not much, right? You've got today, Thursday is the 31st. The reason I say that is you've got a chance to get a great deal on a Connecticut system, but really the top of the line K5 drinking water station. If you mention Gatos, 20% off this week only. It's not even this week. Thursday's your last day to call. 602-910-6570. I would just tell you this. You're a homeowner, you live in the valley, and you know our water tastes bad. It feels bad on your body. Certainly when you look at it, it doesn't look good. It doesn't smell good. It smells like chlorine. You're seeing floaties in the water, and it's not very appetizing. So why not call Connecticut and just have them come to your house for free and say, hey, can you come tell me about a water system? And they'll do that. They'll come to your house for free. They'll test your water. They'll show you your water. They'll tell you what's inside your water. You're not going to like that. But then you have a chance to purchase the K5 drinking water station for the biggest discount of the summer, 20% off. 602-910-6570. Tell Connecticut Gato sent you.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit SonoraWestDev.com to get started. Again, that's SonoraWestDev.com.
Arizona's housing inventory is on the rise, up 12% year over year. And that's great news for you. More homes on the market mean more choices, better negotiating power, and less competition. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or looking to upgrade, the market is shifting in your favor. If you've been waiting for the right moment, it's now. Don't miss out on the opportunity to find your perfect home. Give Lund Mortgage a call today for your free pre-approval, and let's make your homeownership dreams a reality. For all things mortgage, call Lund Mortgage.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 financed, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming soon.
Phoenix Children's Hospital.
You can make a difference for Arizona kids when you listen beginning Monday, August 18th. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y Refi.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp here, along with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. You're my financial advisor. I like you, Stuart, but do you have to like your financial advisor?
That is a fantastic question, and let me just tell you this. I think the biggest complaint I hear from people is that they don't hear from their advisor, and they don't really want to call them. Well, oftentimes that's because they don't like them very much. Now, it's important that you trust them and that you believe that they're competent. I think those are crucial. But I think it's really nice when you have a relationship because it makes it way easier to contact them. People that you dislike, you're way less likely to call. And I think it's important that you have someone to call that you like.
Yeah, and I've got his cell number. Maybe you should get his too and become a client of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, where they do financial and estate planning, insurance, and tax planning. Get your free portfolio review by going to AssetPreservationWealth.com. Like your financial advisor. Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. What was a rescue effort is now a recovery operation in Goodyear after a worker was trapped under dirt at a construction site this afternoon.
Unfortunately, what we found was that as we were pulling dirt out, additional dirt was continuing to collapse in on the individual who was inside. And after about 30 minutes, given the conditions and how long the individual had been trapped, we had to slow things down and turn it into now a recovery operation.
Assistant Police Chief Jose Gonzalez says workers were digging a 6-foot hole near Citrus and Lower Buckeye Roads at the time of the accident. The presence of gas lines and other infrastructure has slowed the recovery effort, which is ongoing. Authorities in New York City are responding to a report of a shooting at a Midtown office building that houses some of the country's top financial firms and the National Football League. The Fire Department of New York says emergency crews were called to the Park Avenue office building tonight, but police have provided no additional information. Mayor Eric Adams posted on social media that there was, quote, an active shooter investigation in Midtown and urged people to stay inside and take safety precautions if they're in the area. This is obviously a developing story. We'll bring you updates as we learn them. 25 and counting, Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays has now joined yet another lawsuit against the Trump administration. This time, the lawsuit centers around a demand to states from the U.S. Department of Agriculture for the personal information of Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program recipients, or SNAP. Mays says it's an effort to intimidate vulnerable families and discourage them from seeking basic help. A man learns his fate after pleading guilty to the first-degree murder of his 3-year-old daughter, who was found starving and beaten and bruised in 2015.
Carlos Cruz was sentenced to life in prison for the death of his daughter, who was so malnourished her body only weighed 16 pounds. Bruises, scars, open lesions, and swelling covered her face and body. Cruz admitted to beating her with a belt. Her cause of death was a combination of blunt force injuries, starvation, dehydration, and meth toxicity. For more details, go to KTAR.com. Serena O'Sullivan, KTAR News.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
Greater Arizona Development Authority loans have been distributed for the first time in 10 years to help rural communities pay for infrastructure projects. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the News Center to tell us about an award recipient.
The Apache County Escadilla Mountain Domestic Water Improvement District has received a $40,000 0% interest GOTA loan. Chairman David Kenobi explains how the money will be used.
The approval to construct our standpipe project. Then beyond that, we're going to have the design done to build out the entire neighborhood with water pipes in the ground, so to speak.
He adds the Escadilla Mountain DWID plans to have the loan paid off by May 2026 before it starts to collect interest. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
2 U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers have pleaded guilty to allegedly working with a drug trafficking organization to smuggle drugs over the border.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers Jesse Garcia and Diego Bonillo have allegedly been working with a Mexican-based drug trafficking group to allow what federal prosecutors call drug-laden vehicles to enter the United States without being inspected. They allegedly used a secret emoji-based code to let the drug organization know when and where they would be working to let vehicles go through. In exchange, the 2 officers were allegedly paid very well, using the money for vacations, luxury items, and real estate. Both could get life in prison when sentenced. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Let's take a look at the road home this afternoon. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We start in Chandler, where if you're heading eastbound on the 202, especially from the 101, you've got a ways to go to be sitting in traffic through Dobson Road, Alma School Road, where there is a wreck on the right shoulder, and also Arizona Avenue. It's really slow through this area, so expect some extra delays as you're heading east on the 202 right now. The 17, however, is finally doing much better. Northbound still has some spots that are slow around Glendale Avenue and Camelback Road, but this is much better than it was earlier. And also Grand Avenue still a little bit slow westbound between Camelback and Bethany Home Road. And if we go to Scottsdale for the surface streets, there's a wreck at Hayden and Mountain View from earlier that still has everything blocked for the eastbound lanes of that intersection. Traffic is brought to you by Beatitudes Campus. Our summer of super savings is on. Your parents can save big with the Beatitudes Campus. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Clear and 85 overnight. Tomorrow's high 111, and just a very slight chance of rain creeping into the forecast by Wednesday. A little better chance on Thursday. We'll see a high midweek of 109 to 110. Right now in Avondale, 111. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Isn't it great that I'm always right?
Speaking up for Arizona.
I do not share that opinion.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 2.
Oh, a lot of people tell you hour number 2 is the best hour.
Keeping an eye on New York.
Yep.
At least 6 shot in Midtown Manhattan. 1 police officer dead.
And apparently the suspect dead now, maybe by their own hand.
The coward killed himself. You mentioned during the break real quick that, who knows, he might have gone after police officers.
Yeah, I mean, because we have images of a car basically just kind of stopped at an intersection. And did he drive up and ambush police officers? Unclear at this point, but it happened quickly.
Joining us now, as she does every single Monday, Mondays with Megan. Megan McCain, host of the Citizen McCain podcast, daughter of the late, great Senator John McCain. Hello, Megan.
Hi. Thank you guys so much for letting me come on. And I just saw the news right before I came on. It's just a tragedy. I used to live right near that area.
Yeah.
And it's just horrific. And I believe that I just read that 2 police officers were shot and killed. So
both of them.
It's just horrific.
Oh, gosh. 2. So we're seeing 2 cops shot, 1 dead.
6 people total were
probably,
shot.
You work at a news organization, so you're probably
Well, again, you understand in events like this.
It's fluid.
Boy, does it change constantly, right?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe
it's really horrible.
You guys think it's terrorism? You think it's just a guy who hated police officers, or he just pulled over and there's 2 cops. I might as well shoot them.
I mean, again, these are just things that we have come out just now. Like, one of the people is wearing a Free Palestine T-shirt. So, like, I don't want to make too many judgment calls on, I don't like commenting on things where active things are still happening. But I will say that there's a lot of conversation and fear among a lot of my friends who still live in New York City about the more than likely new mayor. And one of his policies is that he is a full defund the police person, and he believes in situations of violence that social workers should be sent in instead of police officers in basically any situation where crime would be happening in the city. Zohan Mamdani is 99% likely to become the next mayor. And in situations like these, I would love to know his thoughts, because it's just obviously not logical. And then it seems like in the situation so far, the police officers were being targeted.
Yes.
And I never like police. I never, ever, even at the height of Black Lives Matter 2020 psychosis, I was always a Blue Lives Matter person. I always thought defunding the police was hands down the dumbest rhetoric to ever come out of the left in my lifetime. Hands down. I've never understood it. And I think the disrespect for our law enforcement in general is very dangerous. These people make what I believe is not nearly enough money for putting their lives on the line and keeping us safe. And the NYPD in particular, like the toughest and, most intense. I had many experiences with them that were really positive. They kept, when I worked at Fox News, that studio is such a hub for crazy people. And they were always making sure, it's horrible. They were always making sure we were safe. The View too, just really wonderful people are police officers. And it's just such a tragedy. And I'm just sick of this kind of stuff. I mean, I think everybody is too. Everybody hates violence, but the targeting of police officers in particular, I just find so repulsive.
Meghan McCain is joining us. It is Mondays with Meghan. Let's talk Israel.
No.
Sure.
So lighten it up, why don't you?
Can't lighten it up.
I know.
Got to go
An
with
easy topic, you guys.
Yeah.
Sorry, but we're also going to talk Epstein.
Oh, boy.
No problem.
Listen, the news is the news,
it
right?
Is what it is.
And so we follow it. So over the weekend, Meghan, I saw that you had tweeted about Israel. Here's what you said. I'll tell everybody. Israel is the only country that is not allowed to win a war. Jews are the only people on the planet who are not allowed to defend themselves after attack. So I want to ask you about that. But first of all, Donald Trump today told Israel to allow every ounce of food into Gaza. He's acknowledging for the first time in his words that there is a, quote, real starvation in the region. I don't know if he knows this, but the UN has said that 80 to 90% of aid brought into Gaza has been taken by Hamas. They steal the aid and then they sell it on the black market. So I'm not sure it's Israel not allowing morsels of food into Gaza. But what did you mean Israel isn't allowed to win a war?
I just, I am a proud Zionist, which I guess in today's culture is something that is considered very controversial. It wasn't up until about 2 years ago. And all that means is that you believe in Israel's right to exist and that the Jewish population has a right to live in Israel. For me, I've been watching this issue. I work very intensely with a lot of, charity organizations and activist groups that are working to fight against anti-Semitism, which people find ironic given that obviously I'm a Baptist Christian. But it's more that I had seen waves of this coming very early, like 2015, 2016. I was part of some controversial moments when I worked at The View that went hyper viral. One of them in particular, when I called out the Women's March leaders for their anti-Semitic rhetoric and anti-Semitic language in their platform that they just flat out did not deny. And I said, I don't understand what Israel has to do with women's rights in America. They're completely separate issues. And I got a lot of attention for it. And ever since then, it's just something I have been, working in that space very heavily. And I just, if someone came into our neighborhood, if someone came into Phoenix, Arizona and parachuted in and raped women and killed babies and put them in ovens, and we retaliated against the country that did it, no one would be surprised. But for some reason, when Israel does it, people are still shocked. And there's so much ignorance and so much, and again, we can have a conversation about Netanyahu, we can have a conversation about geopolitics in general, but part of the problem with this is that so much of it automatically stems into really aggressive anti-Semitic language. I have friends who are Jewish who are who are uncomfortable wearing their hippas anymore in public, who are taking their Jewish sorry, my daughter just walked in. I got to tell you guys at that time. I'm so sorry. Anyway, it's something that's very close to me, and I just think sometimes once in a while Jewish Americans and pro-Israel Americans need to know that they're not alone.
Megan, can you acknowledge Israel's right to exist and defend itself, and also look at Gaza and say enough is enough?
Of course.
Because that's where I am. I think we're at past humanitarian crisis in Gaza now. I don't know what Israel's looking for. Like what
hostages.
I heard they got to wait for Hamas to surrender, and I'm like, really? Did ISIS surrender? Did Al Qaeda surrender? None of these other groups ever surrendered. At some point, we just stopped killing them.
I think if they get their hostages back, the war ends, right?
Yeah, that's the part I don't understand is just release the hostages.
Yeah.
Release the hostages and all of this ends. And the other thing I don't understand is Hamas is dedicated to the extermination not only of Israel, but the West in general. That's what globalize the Intifada means. And the thing I just don't understand is why are we supposed to be there? By the way, they're a UN-recognized terrorist organization.
Agreed.
Why people are siding, like when I see Queers for Palestine and things like that, there just seems to be a real education gap in what that really means. It's the only democratic, Middle Eastern democratic state. It's the only place that a gay person can go and be out and proud, and it's fine. I'm a Judeo-Christian, obviously, person. We are a Judeo-Christian nation. My interests are Israel's interests, and I don't know. So much of this is just, like I said, clouded in so much anti-Semitism, and 9 times out of 10, when I start having a conversation with people about it, they delve into very ancient Jewish anti-Semitic tropes, and it makes me obviously uncomfortable and upset. And I just, like I said, that's not a criticism of anyone criticizing the war tactics. And I know many people who are pro-Israel who dislike Netanyahu, but I don't know. It just makes me crazy.
Yeah, I think we're having a rational conversation because, again, I can look at it. I can say October 7th was horrible, that it was Israel had to retaliate. Israel has to defend itself. But I can also look at the images coming out of Gaza and say, that is bad also. I can acknowledge that those children or those women, they did nothing to support that.
Can I make one just comment, though?
Be my guest.
The problem is there are so many levels of misinformation that's spread on social media right now, and I don't have the data points in front of me, but it's something like for every one pro-Israel tweet, there's like 60 million pro-Palestine tweets. A picture went viral over the weekend of a, quote, starving child in Gaza. There was actually a picture of a child that had cerebral palsy.
Yeah,
there's something like 700 million unique.
Yeah, lots of misinformation.
It's hard. I think it's hard for people to differentiate between what's real and what's fake. And,
that's fair.
Quite frankly, the UN has always been anti-Israel, like since the 70s. So I don't trust much of the information coming out of the UN when it comes to this. And if someone came into my town and started raping women, killing my loved ones, and putting babies in, ovens and burning them alive, and then taking hostages and not returning them, I mean, it would be like the last scene in Inglourious Bastards. I would not stop either.
Yeah. Well, real quickly, I want to end on we didn't mean to talk about this whole time, but it is a solid topic for you as well. Is Trump doing a 180? I mean, is he breaking from Netanyahu? How do you take this?
Megyn Kelly said today, which I thought was interesting, that Israel just has such bad PR right now. And I think, Trump is an optics guy, and I think he understands the optics of this being very bad. And I'm the first person to say that Israel and Israel activists really need to understand American media in a way that is much more sophisticated than they do. My problem is that I think that a lot of people just preach to already converted. We can't do that. We have to go into spaces and talk to people that disagree with us. So I do think that Trump is feeling the pressure. Is he going to start turning away completely from Netanyahu? I personally can't see it, but I do think the tides are shifting, and I think everyone wants this war to end, myself being at the top of this list. And the easiest way to do that would be for Palestine to return the hostages.
For Hamas to do that. Yeah, well, we can certainly agree on that. Megan, appreciate your time today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much.
All right. That's Megan McCain.
Bye.
Mondays with Megan Gatos. Every Monday, Megan McCain joins us. And yeah, I mean, it's a huge story. I think it's fair to say. And it's interesting because, again, I think she's right in the sense of Trump sees pictures and says that's bad. Or somebody comes in and shows him pictures, right?
Yeah, sometimes
and he reacts to that.
The pictures aren't what they seem to be. Sometimes the pictures of a child in Palestine, or wherever you want to call it, not there.
There's
wrong
misinformation.
Picture, wrong,
there's no argument. Yeah. We have that in this country too, right? It's hard to tell what's real and unreal sometimes.
It's going to get worse with AI, and it already has.
Yeah. So here's a. It's going to be hard to do a segue, but watch how I do this.
I don't like the queen of the throat.
You don't like that?
Right
That was
away.
too. I just telegraphed it too much. Then I should just do it. Should Coldplay get sued for outing the Kiss Cam cheaters?
Wow.
Yeah, that's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
When was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back screaming at you? Or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning, step by step? Let me guess, this is in the back of your mind. Maybe it'll disappear. I'll just tough it out. But nothing changes. It's time to call and schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics. There are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turned around their lives with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills. Bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Give QC Kinetics a call for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:18. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. At least 2 people, including a New York City police officer, were shot today in a midtown office building in Manhattan that houses some of the country's top financial firms and the National Football League. This is according to a person familiar with the matter who's spoken to the Associated Press. And now we're hearing reports the officer is dead and that the shooter is dead as well. We'll continue to follow this developing story and we'll have updates for you as we learn them. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's see how the ride home looks tonight. Heather Larson's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. I know it looks bad in the East Valley for the 202 eastbound, but that wreck at Alma School Road has just cleared, so things should start flowing east a lot more nicely now if you're heading to Chandler or Mesa Gateway Airport. Also, the 17, still a little bit slow northbound, also not as bad as it was earlier. And now we're just looking at traffic for 5 o'clock hours, folks trying to get home. And, of course, westbound 10, slow as you're approaching the 202 like normal. So we'll do another check of traffic in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Heather. Thank you very much. You know, you can take us with you anywhere that you go. If you ever miss it live or you just want to hear it again because it was so awesome the first time, go to the KTAR News app, KTAR.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. It's the Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos podcast. It's brought to you by Revival Psychiatry.
Is this the Coldplay?
This is the Coldplay.
I'm not familiar with the band very much. I don't like them very much.
And this is the song Yellow.
Yellow.
Okay. This is their song Yellow.
Well, they're going to get sued.
Okay, interesting. Yeah.
I heard this over the weekend.
Yeah.
I had to laugh.
So I want you to play this out. We know now about the infamous kiss cam couple caught cheating, both of them married, not to each other.
Work in the same office. One's
the CEO
an HR
and
director.
the HR lady, right? So the ex-CEO, Andy Byron, apparently is looking to sue Coldplay for defamation.
Really?
Yes. Defamation, by the way, either written or verbal, injures a third-party reputation per Cornell law. So he's saying that his reputation was injured because of the actions of Chris Martin, the lead singer of Coldplay.
Let me be the defense attorney because I love this.
Okay.
if Coldplay said absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
So those two are up there. They're canoodling, whatever you want to say.
Because Chris Martin at one point said either they're shy or they're having an affair.
Right.
Like he literally said something like that.
Even if he said absolutely nothing.
Right.
They were caught.
Oh, yeah.
They were done. It was over. That was going to get posted. A woman posted it. It had nothing to do with Coldplay. So if Coldplay had said absolutely nothing,
okay,
they still would have been outed. And we still would have known their name. It made no difference what Coldplay said.
Can I tell you, if they hadn't ducked out of the way,
yeah,
I don't think this would have been a story.
Oh, no one would have known.
Nobody would have thought that's odd.
Yeah, because the woman who was filming the kiss cam was hoping she was going to be on it.
Right.
Yeah.
And the only reason she caught it was, well, that's weird. Those two people dove out of the way like it was a fire drill.
That's a strange reaction.
Strange reaction to the
a
kiss cam.
And so she posted it. I'll tell you what, that's somebody who could get sued. But what are you going to sue somebody that's a Coldplay?
Okay.
You're not going to make any money.
Yeah, well, yeah. We also, again, there's no expectation of privacy in public. Sorry, full stop.
Right.
This guy also apparently is looking to sue the concert promoters. I don't know what for. Like, other than you don't like the outcome?
When do you look in the mirror and say, I did this to myself? No one
Take
else
some
did
responsibility.
This. I did this to myself. I cheated on my wife. I'm disgusting. I went after the HR director. And we've had a tawdry affair. And I was stupid enough to do it. And then I was even dumber to go out in public and hug her during a Coldplay concert. Like when do you stop blaming other people for your crap?
Yeah.
Like, this is your fault, dude. And again, you can sue anybody for anything. But it's like, I don't think this helps your rehab that you've got to figure out, because listen,
you're keeping the story going.
You're supposed to be a smart guy, a CEO.
Yeah.
You're not very bright.
Yeah. Yeah. And you're stoking the fire. Are you ready? But wait, there's more.
Love it.
So
if I'm Coldplay, bring it. I can't wait for this lawsuit. Bring it.
Oh, they would love it. Apparently, Chris Martin laughed out loud. It was his reaction.
All right, go ahead.
Miss Cabot, the woman in the canoodling issue.
The HR director who doesn't know the rules of HR.
She's apparently thinking of suing for sexual harassment because he was her boss.
All right.
Because she
certainly looked like a willing participant here.
I was going to say, I don't, hold on a second. HR's the one that gives those seminars on inappropriate workplace stuff.
Yeah.
So how can she argue she didn't know what was inappropriate in the workplace?
Again, these two need to look in the mirror separately. I hope they're not together anymore. And just say,
they might be the only people they have.
Hey, it may be. It's your own fault. It's your own fault.
Own up to it.
Own up to it. Stop trying to sue everybody.
And the more you keep it in the news, the more we get to make fun of you.
Oh, I can't wait to see what they do next.
No, yeah, it's not going away.
Maybe they'll come out with a podcast.
Brought to you by Revival Psychiatry. Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn is going to get us up to speed, especially on horrible shooting going on in New York. It's not active anymore, but we're getting some more details. We'll share it with you. And then up next, the disgusting and despicable reason a dad left his 4 kids in a hot car for over an hour. We'll share it with you next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
All right. Are you ready to buy a house? That is the question you have to ask yourself. But maybe you have no idea where to start. Maybe you have more questions than answers. Maybe you don't know how much money you have to spend on a home. Maybe you don't even know how to secure a mortgage. You go to a bank or not go to a bank. Let me tell you what to do. Call the One Mortgage Team. All the One Mortgage Team does is specialize in home loans. They are licensed. They get continued education. They make the mortgage process simple and easy for everyone, including me. They've done it several times for me. And I'll tell you, right now it is a buyer's market in the Valley. There are over 20,000 homes ready to go. We've got homeowners saying, I want to sell my house. I've dropped the price. This is good news for you. Go buy it. Go buy that house. But call the One Mortgage team first. 623-875-9940, 623-875-9940, lundmortgage.com.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Feel the thrill of true luxury at Genesis of Scottsdale. Command the road in the 2025 Genesis G70 3.3T Sport Advanced. Unleash a breathtaking 375 horsepower while saving with low APR financing during the Genesis Signature event. Or experience the athletic refinement of a top-rated luxury sport SUV. The 2026 GV70 2.5T Select is available for a limited time with money-saving finance deals. If you need more space, choose the 2025 GV80 2.5T Select and find elegance for every adventure. Act now and you may claim terrific lease deals or low APR financing with qualified credit. Every Genesis is backed with an exceptional 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Take advantage of these low APR and leasing deals while they last. Schedule your exclusive test drive today at genesisofscottsdale.com. Genesis of Scottsdale, where luxury meets innovation.
Offer subject to credit approval by Genesis Motor Finance to very well qualified buyers on select models. Down payment will vary depending on APR. Bonus cash must be applied as a down payment. Must take delivery from dealer stock by 7/31/25. See Genesis of Scottsdale dealer for details.
Hello, lifelong dieter here. I'm Jamie West. I was that chubby kid that got teased a lot, starting me on a lifetime journey of fad diets and yo-yoing. A lifetime of frustration and aggravation until I found Phoenix Secret for weight loss. I lost 8 pounds the first week, just eating healthy foods at the right times of day. Now I've lost about 50 and I'm keeping it off without shots or drugs or prepackaged foods or counting points or calories. It reset my metabolism naturally, safely, using an exclusive 3-step protocol. My only regret, waiting so long to do it. This summer's been so different for me, swimming, wearing shorts, having a lot more energy. You could lose 10 to 15% of your body weight in just 8 weeks, and you can do the program in person or virtually from anywhere. So don't put it off. Schedule your free consultation right now. 602-832-7440. 602-832-7440. Or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SELL now. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SELL now.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com, and I want to buy your house. If you're considering selling your home for any reason, do yourself a favor and let us show you how we can give you more. With no agent fees, no commissions, no repairs, and no showings, you can get a straightforward cash deal that you can close on in as little as 3 days. Other buyers may try to make you an offer without ever seeing your home. They may try to lower that offer or even cancel the deal after inspecting it. I will never do that. Our team will come out to your house and make you a fair as-is cash offer on the spot and will never cancel after the deal is signed for any reason. That's the Doug Hopkins difference. See for yourself why more people trust the Doug Hopkins team. Visit us today at DougHopkins.com or
call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SELL now. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SELL now.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. 2 mass shootings today. One in New York City this afternoon when a gunman opened fire at a Manhattan office building that's home to several financial firms and the National Football League. We're hearing reports now that a police officer is dead and the shooter is as well. This is a developing story. We'll have more details as we learn them. Also, 3 people are dead out of 6 shot this morning when a gunman opened fire at the valet area of the Grand Sierra Resort and Casino in Reno, Nevada. The suspect was shot in firefight with police who responded to the scene and has been hospitalized in critical condition. There is no known motive or connection between the suspect and the victims. Here's Sparks Police Chief Chris Crawforth.
It was later determined that the suspect had multiple firearm magazines with him at the time of the shootings.
Also, authorities say they plan to file terrorism and assault with intent to murder charges against the suspect in a weekend knife attack at a Walmart store in Michigan. 11 people were stabbed on Saturday at the store in Traverse City. All are expected to survive. Authorities don't think the victims were specifically targeted. Local Sheriff Michael Shea says a group of bystanders intervened and detained the suspect in the parking lot. There's a recovery operation underway near Citrus and Lower Buckeye Roads in Goodyear following a construction accident this afternoon. Assistant Police Chief Jose Gonzalez says workers were digging a 6-foot hole when dirt covered the worker.
One of the things that we learned, which has really kind of forced us to really slow things down, is that underneath where the individual is at, there are some sensitive infrastructure like gas, water, and power that we don't want to just go in and disrupt for safety of those around the area.
The recovery effort continues, and we'll have more info as we get it. Time to check on traffic right now with Heather Larson, who's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a report of debris blocking the center lanes on the 17 northbound near Pinnacle Peak Road. And the 17 northbound is slow in this area, backing up onto the 101. Mostly, if you're on westbound 101, you're probably going to be in this traffic if you're trying to get onto the 17 northbound. So that's one thing that's going on. Let's get to some good news. For Chandler, if you're heading east on the 202, that traffic is finally breaking up. There had been an earlier wreck, and things are looking better now. So the traffic backup for you is going to be limited to getting off of the 101 and onto the 202. That's still a little bit slow, but other than that, things are starting to look better on the Valley freeways right now. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
By midweek, we could see a little bit of rain. There's a 10 to 20% chance, but it's definitely warmer this week than last. 85 overnight, 111 tomorrow, and 110 on Wednesday. And right now in Phoenix, it is 110 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, it's LaDonna. So how much do you think you're spending to maintain your happy home? I'll give you a hint. It might be a lot more than you think. That's coming up Monday morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News with Jim Sharp and me on KTAR.
You know, I think we were lucky, Gatos. I think this story could just as easily been 4 children die in a hot car.
No
in
question.
Phoenix in the summer.
No question about
right?
it. Four little bodies pulled out of a hot car by police officers.
Under the age of 10. All 4 under the age of 10.
Yeah.
We're learning more information about what happened last week after a Phoenix father left 4 kids alone in a car for almost an hour. The only reason, I think it's fair to say, that a tragedy was averted was because Good Samaritan, somebody walking by called 911, goes, hey, 911, there's a bunch of cars, a bunch of kids in a car. The doors are locked, the windows are up, it's not running.
If I walked by that car, I would obviously call the police.
Oh, I'd break the window.
That's the other thing. I don't think I'd wait.
Oh, no.
No, I'd break a window.
Yeah, immediately. And you're covered if that happens, by the way, in the state of Arizona.
Right. And get the 4 kids out, and then I would continue to break windows. Because this dad...
I'm going to knock out the front window.
...is a nightmare.
Knock out the
he is such a bad human being. And there's so much more to this story that we're going to tell you.
It doesn't get any better, sadly enough. So Dad was drunk, allegedly. So he drove intoxicated.
Not the first time.
Correct.
Right.
To this establishment.
Yeah, where was he going? It's interesting.
Closed the doors, locked them, left the 4 kids inside, and went into a porn shop.
Oh, gosh. Good God.
Was in there for almost an hour, according to him, quote, to get supplies. When they made, what do you call it, like intercom announcements, because they knew there were children outside in the car, they'd been alerted, he did not come outside. Police went inside to look for who the owner of the car was. He went out the back door.
Snuck
and
out.
when cops asked him, is that your car? He said no.
Unreal. That is unbelievable.
It was only when he saw the fire department and the paramedics there that he acknowledged that that was his car.
Well, he was probably scared because he was drunk. And he left 4 kids in a hot car. And he was buying pornography. How long were the kids there in the car? Here's what the police had to say. You got it.
Miraculously, the 4 small children are expected to be okay, but Largo has been booked on 8 felony charges.
They're inside of a car for upwards of an hour, which I can't even imagine what they time-wise felt it to be. Really hot, and then you're also now seeing officers put your dad in custody. I mean, that's the trauma associated with that is just profound.
So, a couple years ago, when Chad and I were doing the show, something like this happened where kids were left in a car.
Mm-hmm.
And so we said, Chad, go sit in your car for 5 minutes.
Oh, God.
Just 5.
Okay.
Like during the show.
Yeah.
And so he went down, and his car was parked in the parking lot.
Sure.
And it wasn't under a shade. And so he got
Windows
in there.
up, no AC, just go and sit in it.
Can you do 5 minutes?
Okay.
And so he called from the car. I'm sitting right where I'm sitting, and we talked. 4 minutes went by, and he goes, I got to tell you, I'm really uncomfortable. I'm sweating, and I'm starting to feel a bit nauseous. And I said, yeah, get out of there.
Get out, yeah.
And he did in 3 or 4 minutes. Because we're not pushing that.
No.
We're not pushing that. It just shows you, that was a grown man for less than 5 minutes that was in a car. These are 4 little kids.
Yeah, all in the age of 10.
They were there for an hour.
Yeah.
Now, I want you to listen to this next clip, okay?
As a reminder, experts say it takes only 10 minutes for the internal temperature of a car to go up by 20 degrees. Rolling the windows down does not help, and a child's body temperature increases 5 times faster than an adult. Again,
there you go.
I did not know that.
I didn't know it either. A little kid's body will go up in temperature 5 times as fast as an adult. So I remember Chad being in the car, and he was just there for 5 minutes. If we had put a child in there just for 5 minutes,
oh no,
it's a lot worse.
Agreed.
And so this scum, this guy who, you know what? Listen, just give your kids up. They're going to have a much better chance in life without you. You want to go get your freak on? Go get your freak on without children. Don't put
leaving them. By the way, driving drunk to get there.
Don't put your children in imminent danger.
I mean, he could have killed them driving drunk.
Yeah.
And then
horrible.
Strike 2, or however many strikes he's on, is leaving him locked in a hot car.
Yeah.
In the middle of the day.
He's got a prior extreme DUI.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
Just for me, it's like, most people deserve a second chance. Okay?
People make mistakes.
I get it. I'm all about forgiveness. Mm-hmm. But this guy doesn't deserve 4 kids anymore. If you couldn't get your act together after your prior extreme DUI, if you can't get your act together driving with the 4 kids just the other day, as reckless as possible and drunk off your rear end, and then you lock them in the car, and then you go into a porn shop, you're not a dad. Go on your own and move on and let these kids have a chance in life.
I might be nitpicking, okay, at this point, but I don't know if it surprised you also that none of these kids were in car seats.
See, I looked at the video and I thought I did see a few car seats.
I didn't see
know.
any. I see 4 little body. One is in a car seat. Excuse me.
Okay.
But the others do not look like they're in car seats.
You think he's putting anybody in a car seat?
Well, I'm going to say, why would he start making good decisions now?
No. My other issue is, what does mom think?
Ooh.
Because the law will take care of him one way or another. He'll get a lawyer. He'll probably go to jail for this, but he'll get out. I mean, he's not going to go to jail for the rest of his life. The judge the state asked the judge for a $50,000 bond. If you're mom, you don't give him another chance. It's over. It's over. Because if you do give him another chance, you're going to have a dead kid. You remember the story? Was it Marana?
Marana, just north of Tucson, yeah. That was the dad that had like all the kids in the game, 3 of them, gets home, says that the one was sleeping, didn't want to wake her up, the little one.
Left her in the car.
Wanted to go play video games.
Right.
Left the car running
and knew it was going to shut off at one point in time. But
right.
when you get into video games, 3 hours goes by really quick.
The car shut off.
Yeah.
Temperature went up and the little girl died.
She died.
And it wasn't the first time he'd left her in the car.
So in that situation, Mom, you gave him another chance. It's his fault. Don't get me wrong. But you gave him another chance. And he basically cooked your daughter. I don't give this guy
how many chances
in
should
Phoenix
you give?
another chance.
No, listen.
Absolutely not.
I get it. We're learning a little bit more information about this shooting in New York. Gatos.
Yeah, the shooting in New York, we've got one police officer killed, shot in the back, dead. So did the gunman, who's also dead, the coward killed himself, but was he targeting police officers? We're going to talk about it next.
You know what? Trajan Wealth are the people you can talk to, even if it's just for a second opinion. If you don't have someone who's taken a look at your retirement, the money you've saved, well, now exactly is the time to reach out to Trajan Wealth at 480-990-3300. I mean, it's one thing to save for your retirement. It's an entirely other thing to be ready for retirement. And there are steps. There are levels. There are things you should be doing all along the way. Trajan Wealth helped me build that plan. It wasn't about guesswork anymore. It's about peace of mind. They explained everything to me in extremely simple terms so I could understand them. I was given options. And never once did I feel like anyone's trying to sell me anything. No. I'm a client, and I couldn't be happier. If you want a clear path forward, call Trajan Wealth yourself. 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:44. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. At least 2 people have been shot on a New York City street in Midtown Manhattan. Police say an armed suspect entered the building that's home to the Blackstone Investment Company and the headquarters for the NFL. Here's ABC's Aaron Katursky.
We believe that this man who's armed with a long gun shot an off-duty NYPD officer who was working a security detail, we believe for the Blackstone Group, at least one civilian as well, and then fled inside the building. There was a floor-by-floor search as police pursued the suspect. People who worked for various companies in the building were told to shelter in place. The shooting suspect, according to police sources, was found dead of what's believed to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound on the 33rd floor of the building.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Right now, though, let's see how the ride home looks this afternoon. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. All in all, it's not that bad. We have some new slowing on the 202 eastbound, though. This is due to a disabled vehicle blocking the center lane on the 202 eastbound near McQueen. So outside of that, we've got a wreck reported on I-10 westbound at 83rd Avenue. It looks to be on the right shoulder, not causing a lot of problems. And also, we still have an intersection in Scottsdale that probably worth avoiding right now. That's Hayden and Mountain View. All eastbound lanes still blocked at this time. We'll do another check of traffic in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
All right, let's talk about getting your house painted. Sometimes it's a struggle to pick the perfect paint color for your home. And, some paint colors kind of look different in different lights and different lighting. And, maybe you can't agree with your spouse on the color of paint. Well, go with the Arizona Painting Company, the #1 painting company in Arizona. Because, don't go to like Home Depot and pick up those swatches. What a pain. What you do is when you hire the Arizona Painting Company, they have a color consultant. It's free when you book to get your house painted. I've booked to get our house painted in August, the inside with the Arizona Painting Company, and we've utilized the color consultant. And they've helped us reassure that we picked the right colors. And so they examine the existing designs and elements and lighting conditions, the overall vision of the project. So I'm really looking forward to the new look of our house inside, the interior getting painted by the Arizona Painting Company. If you want to get your house painted by the Arizona Painting Company, text the word paint to 620-620, and I'll send you a discount from the Arizona Painting Company.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels, right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's Insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
Unexpectedly, if it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. Awarded Best Attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns. Former Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb joins the show to talk about Alligator Alcatraz. It's the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
All right, we have, again, I think we need to acknowledge, still a fluid situation in Midtown Manhattan, downtown New York City, for lack of better terms, where a gunman went on a shooting spree. There are some conflicting reports, and so I will acknowledge it may change. It does appear that 2 police officers, NYPD police officers, were shot. One of them was killed. It also appears that there are, and it's unclear number of civilians that were also shot, and their conditions are unknown at this point. The gunman, from what it looks like, he literally pulled up on a street corner, 52nd and Park, got out, and began shooting. Now, I think that's where the police officers were hit, which makes me think, did he target police? He saw 2 cops on a street corner, do you know what I'm saying? Or in their car or whatever.
Or he decided, I have to take them out first. Then I kill other people.
He then walked into a office building. And it's a big office building. It's popular. The NFL is headquartered in there. And it's unclear how many people or victims were inside there. But as police entered that building to go after him, he apparently took his own life. That's the story we have as of right now, with the acknowledgement that some of the details may change as we learn more.
Yeah, when a breaking story occurs, we give you the information, and a lot of times we make sure that we say this.
Yeah.
It could all change.
That's fair.
It could all change. Like Fox News is saying that NYPD sources, 2 cops shot, 1 dead. I'm looking at the New York Post.
Okay.
6 people killed.
Whoa.
Sorry, 5 people killed. So
Okay.
that's the New York Post. Again, an NYPD cop among 5 killed. 6 seriously hurt as the shooter storms Park Avenue building. So that's the New York Post. But again, you can't print that unless you know it's true, because not everybody else has that. Well, now CNN has it.
Yeah.
5 dead in a
dead.
New York City shooting. Wow.
So
so that's 2 sources now.
The gunman.
It's a lot worse than we thought, Bruce.
Yeah, appears to my eyes, there is images of him just walking. I believe this is into the office building.
Yeah.
And to my eyes, it looks like he's carrying an AR style weapon, a long gun. So he has some sort of an AR, and I can, again, the type of ammunition that fires does big damage to humans.
Right. Yeah, and we've seen
that's the intent of it.
It will blow you. It will blow your limbs off.
So yeah, we're now getting multiple sites reporting
it's
that 5 people have been killed.
Oh, God.
Now, they're saying that includes the gunman. So that would be 4 people, one of them being a police officer. Again, I think the numbers are going to continue to change.
I think at the end of the day, 5, what we're seeing with 5 dead is now being reported pretty much everywhere. Local law enforcement, they're saying 5 dead.
Yeah.
I never know if you include the gunman.
I don't think you should.
Because his life doesn't matter.
No.
His life shouldn't count. He woke up today. He wanted to murder people. He knew he was going to shoot himself like the coward he is. So just stay where you are and put the gun in your mouth and shoot yourself dead. Don't go out and kill other people.
As of right now, it appears they're reporting, this is CNN reporting that the gunman is a 27-year-old man from Las Vegas. Absolutely unclear as to any sort of motive or if he knew somebody in the building or if he was targeting police. Unclear at this point.
Yeah. Again, it could be anything. It could be a disgruntled worker. It could be terrorism if they were trying to shoot police officers. I don't know. It could be anything. We just don't know yet.
Did you see there are other pictures? So imagine he's walking into a large office building.
Yes.
And the word goes out. They have some sort of security procedure. And there are images of people in their offices like stacking furniture and filing cabinets and everything up against the doors to try to prevent him from getting inside.
Like, I saw the picture too. It's like every couch that was on that floor was put up against the door. I mean, it was like, it was unbelievable. The amount of stuff that they piled against that door. Smart.
NYPD is confirming the gun is a Palmetto State Armory AR-15. So they are confirming that. They're also confirming that 2 officers shot. One of them died at the scene.
Oh man, that's as bad as it gets, man. That's bad. They shot the one cop in the back, killed him.
Which makes me think that he was targeting him. Do you know what I'm saying? It wasn't like he was shooting and they engaged him.
Right.
Like he started shooting and they didn't know there was a shooting going on.
I mean, this looks like an ambush.
I don't disagree.
So did this guy pull up in a car? And did he stop the car because he saw cops?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he wanted to do first? I don't know. Or he stopped the car. The police were there. Well, they're here. I got to kill them before I kill other people. And then I run upstairs and shoot myself.
And again, not that there's a good...
No.
Not that there's a good motive, but it appears that he is from Las Vegas and potentially drove there? Went to New York to commit mayhem.
Terrible tragedy.
Terrible. Agreed.
Terrible tragedy.
As more details become available, obviously we will share them with you, but the story is about as bad as you can expect. They're saying 6 people shot, at least 4 dead at this point, possibly 5. Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn is going to get us up to speed on all that. And coming up next, the big reason that Arizona's Empowerment Scholarship Program is a total scam.
Total scam.
And it all has to do with one simple number, 12. We'll tell you why. Up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, fellas, let's get you some help. Red Mountain wants to help you. Do you have low testosterone? Maybe you think you do. Maybe you know you do. Maybe you're not sure you do. But men today have 20% less testosterone than their dads did. So how can Red Mountain help you? And what are the signs that you have low T, right? Here's a few signs. You're sleepy, right? You feel tired. You feel sluggish. You're losing focus. You're having some trouble in the bedroom. The chances are you probably have low T. Well, you can fix that. All right? Call Red Mountain Weight Loss. Here's the solution. Prescription strength testosterone. So increasing your testosterone will give you more energy, build muscle mass, help you sleep better, improve your mental focus, boost your sex drive. So it's a complete game changer, and it's very simple. And all you have to do is call Red Mountain Weight Loss. You mention Gatos, you save a few $100. Because for a limited time, they'll waive the startup fee if you mention me, okay? Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Seems like back to school happens earlier each year.
First day of school coming in hot.
And this year, my kids had massive supply lists.
Folders, notebooks, and pens. Oh, the humanity.
But Staples had everything I needed, with some items just 25 cents.
Watch the small print.
No. My back to school budget was saved by Staples Easy Button.
Everything for school, in stock and as low as 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
In store, online, and on the app. In 23 while supplies last.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. The month of July, another great opportunity at Tombstone Tactical. Two major well-known manufacturers, Daniel Defense and Smith & Wesson, are being featured all month long. So whether you're looking for rugged precision from Daniel Defense, dependable performance from Smith & Wesson, if you're starting a new setup, improving a setup, or just getting started for the first time, you're not going to find better deals on Daniel Defense or Smith & Wesson than you do right now. Tombstone Tactical on the southbound frontage road of the I-17 between Dunlap and Peoria, or tombstonetactical.com.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's coming up on 6 o'clock. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. What was a rescue effort is now a recovery operation in Goodyear after a worker was trapped under dirt at a construction site this afternoon.
Unfortunately, what we found was that as we were pulling dirt out, additional dirt was continuing to collapse in on the individual who was inside. And after about 30 minutes, given the conditions and how long the individual had been trapped, we had to slow things down and turn it into now a recovery operation.
That's Assistant Police Chief Jose Gonzalez, who says workers were digging a 6-foot hole at the time of the accident. The presence of gas lines and other infrastructure has slowed down the recovery effort, which is ongoing. At least 2 people have been shot on a New York City street in Midtown Manhattan. Police say an armed suspect entered the building that's home to the Blackstone Investment Company and the NFL headquarters. Here's ABC's Aaron Katursky.
We believe that this man who's armed with a long gun shot an off-duty NYPD officer who was working a security detail, we believe for the Blackstone Group, at least one civilian as well, and then fled inside the building. This shooting happened in daylight on a very hot day. It sent people scattering. It sent other people who were inside the building seeking cover where they were before police gave the all clear, saying the suspect was found dead on the 33rd floor.
This is not the only mass shooting that happened in the U.S. today. 3 people are dead after a gunman opened fire at the valet area of the Grand Sierra Resort and Casino in Reno, Nevada this morning. The suspect was shot in a firefight with police and has been hospitalized in critical condition. There's no known motive or connection between the suspect and the victims. Here's Sparks Police Chief Chris Crawforth.
6 victims were shot. 3 of them are now deceased. 2 remain in critical condition, and 1 was released.
For a 25th time, Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays is suing the Trump administration. This latest lawsuit centers around a demand to states from the U.S. Department of Agriculture for the sensitive information of Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program recipients, better known as SNAP. A total of 21 states have signed on to this lawsuit. Mays accuses the Trump administration of wanting to use personal data as a weapon to intimidate vulnerable families and discourage them from seeking basic help.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
Loans from the Greater Arizona Development Authority will help rural communities with infrastructure projects. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center to explain just how the money will be spent.
The Escadilla Mountain Domestic Water Improvement District in Apache County recently received a $40,000 GATA loan to complete a standpipe project.
So GATA was good enough to provide us with this interest-free loan for a year that we can use to do design.
Chairman David Kenobi explains the money will be used to design a system of pipes throughout the neighborhood to bring water directly to homes. Kenobi adds they plan to have the loan paid off by May 2026 before it starts to collect interest. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
The Dragon Bravo fire is growing. Containment fell from 26% Sunday to 13% this morning.
With these dry conditions, it's been growing 8 to 10,000 acres per day for the last 2 days.
That's Lisa Jennings with the Southwest Incident Management Team.
So we're still working on a full suppression strategy, and we have about 1,000 firefighters working to contain this fire and about a dozen aircraft.
She's hoping a monsoon can help soon contain the flames. The very first Arizona Chefs Week will be kicking off on August 1st and will support chef-driven restaurants during the slow summer season. Chef Gio Asso, who opened Virtu Honest Craft and Pizzeria Virtu in Scottsdale, says he wants to have a little fun with it, so he's planning on transforming the pizzeria with old-school red check tablecloths and playing Frank Sinatra. For more information and a list of participating restaurants, you can visit azrestaurant.org. Today on Wall Street, the Dow fell by 64 points. It closed out the day at 44,837. The S&P was up just over a point, while the NASDAQ rose 70. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Time for traffic now. Heather Larson's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. I-10 eastbound, we've got a wreck at 67th Avenue. This is on the right shoulder. There's also a fire truck right there right now that's blocking the right lane, and a disabled vehicle blocking the center lane on the 202 eastbound near McQueen Road. This isn't so bad anymore. It's mostly backed up from Alma School Road and Arizona Avenue, but that one's starting to clear up quite a bit right now. We'll check traffic again in 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Clear tonight, low temp 85. Tomorrow, sunny and 111. Maybe some rain by Wednesday and Thursday. It's 110 right now in Buckeye. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Enough of the excuses. I'm tired of it.
Speaking up for Arizona.
For the last time, I'm a hard no.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, final hour number 3.
Oh, many people will tell you the final hour is the best hour. We're keeping our eye on what's going on in New York. NYPD is going to be having a press conference in about an hour. Obviously, we'll give you all the latest information we get after this. Gunman opened fire on the street and apparently in or around an office building in Midtown Manhattan. As of right now, one New York City police officer has been killed, and we believe 3 other civilians.
3 or 4.
Again, the numbers are moving, right?
And it doesn't seem like they're counting the gunmen.
Good.
Who should not be counted here.
Yeah.
That should not be counted.
Agreed.
So it's a bad story, man. It's really, really grisly what this guy did, how he stopped his car. Did he target and ambush these police officers? Absolutely disgusting. We'll talk about it coming up.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We'll get you some more info.
All right. We're finding out maybe why Like we're getting to the bottom of this, Gatos, about this ESA, the school voucher program, and maybe why it is being abused by some people.
Can you read the tweet you got or the text you got?
Oh boy,
can you find it?
Yeah,
I should have told you that beforehand. When we were talking about this earlier today,
yeah,
you know, like you get 6,000 or 7,000 grand, right? That's how this whole thing works.
Kind of, I gotta say, on average, I guess would be a good way to put it. Between 4 and 7, I think.
Right, and you know, parents apparently are buying Rolodexes, and they tried to buy a $24,000 golf simulator. Someone tried to buy a $16,000 cello. That was beautiful.
That's a fantastic.
And so
cello.
those are the ones that were caught by state workers.
Right.
But if you want to talk about how much of a scam this is, did you find it?
I did.
So just listen to this, and then we'll get to
again. I got a text. I take it for what it's worth, right?
Right. It's a text.
I'm a little worried to say the details in it because I think they'll know exactly who you're talking about. Should I worry about that?
I don't know who it is. I don't care. They text it and read it.
I'm going to say this. I have a family member with a son in Brophy.
Okay, this is the text.
Mm-hmm. Who's on a scholarship. You can apply for a scholarship at Brophy. Brophy's about $21 grand a year. I looked it up.
Okay, so that they're not paying anything.
On a scholarship and still claim the money.
Yeah. yeah.
I don't
Is there
know
anything wrong with that?
I don't know how you do that.
I don't know how you do that either.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how you do that. So why and how is this ESA program getting out of hand? Well, we've got some numbers for you. In 2022, the Arizona Department of Education, according to their documents, said there was roughly 11,000 students enrolled in the voucher program.
It was relatively new.
Yeah, it was at that point. It wasn't brand new, but about 2022, about 11,000. They also, the Arizona Department of Education, had 12 individuals, 12 employees whose job it was to make sure that those 11,000 parents, I guess, or students, that they were spending money on actual education-related things and things that were approved to be able to spend the money on.
Right. Not a trip to Disneyland.
For example. So fast forward 3 years. We're at 2025 now.
Yeah, went from 11,000 students
to a little bit more than 85,000 students.
Not surprised.
Right?
No.
Now, 85,000 students. Remember that.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same 12 people checking. They never increase the number of minders, the number of auditors, whatever you want to call it. So it's still 12 people, not 1,200, not 12,000, 12 individuals who are trying to keep track of 85,000 voucher programs and what they're spending money on.
So that's impossible.
That seems fair.
12 people can't do it.
That's
crazy. But here's the thing. Why didn't, during the budget negotiations, why didn't we put money towards hiring more people to make sure that this was all in the up and up? Nobody wanted to do that?
How about this? I got another text from an insider. I sat on the other side of the cubicle wall from the ESA team. Okay. There's not enough money in the world that would make me do that job. They spend roughly 75% of their time on the phone, patiently explaining how the program works over and over again, or being screamed at by irate parents. The rest of their time is spent meeting with parents in the lunchroom and probably dealing with support tickets in the online support system. The team size has not changed in over a decade. The staff turnover is very high, and the number of participants has exploded in the last few years.
Yeah. Why aren't they using AI?
Oh.
Everyone uses AI. I'll give you a couple examples.
Okay, yeah.
If you're a boss, a lot of times now, if you have an opening, hundreds of resumes come in.
Yeah.
And it all goes through AI now.
I've heard that. And,
Right.
they kind of, a screening process,
Yeah.
right? That's kind of weed out the chaff.
Why wouldn't AI be used here?
Looking for inappropriate spending.
Yeah.
Well,
12 people can't do it.
No.
But AI can do it for the 12 people. And then they can take it to the next level.
Okay, but what about this? Because the 12, we'll call them, and let's assume they're doing the best they can possibly do.
I think they are. I think they have no chance. Yeah.
So the 12 are overwhelmed. And Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tom Horn, knows they're overwhelmed, knows they can't possibly check all of the expenditures.
So does the governor, and so does the entire legislature.
Yeah.
They all know
They
this.
all know this.
Yeah.
So he told them to stop looking.
Told the 12 to stop looking.
If it's under $2,000.
Yeah. $1,999 is okay.
Here's my question. Can I spend $1,999 multiple times?
Yeah. And
because, in other words, it won't flag. It won't make it to their desk even as, should we look into this? If you don't spend more than $2,000.
It's another loophole. And I don't know if that's a bad job by State Superintendent Tom Horn to put that out there.
Should have kept that part a secret?
Yeah.
Don't tell them the numbers, 2,000.
No. You can tell the 12 people.
Obviously, you want to tell them.
That and maybe it gives them even a chance to flag some of these, because they have flagged some.
They have caught some waste, fraud, and abuse. Yes.
Yeah.
But I think it's just a mathematical impossibility that they've caught it all.
Yeah, and it amazes me how they haven't involved AI. This is a perfect example of how you can involve AI. People use AI for all different... You know what people mostly use AI for now? Saving time. I mean, that's it. Like we talked about, some teachers are using AI to help with their lesson plans. And again, I was married to a teacher who taught for almost 30 years. Now she's a flight attendant, but when she was teaching, it was just grueling work. I mean, the grading, the emails to the parents, and now you have some teachers are saying, okay, how can I take a little bit off my plate? Maybe I'll use AI to help me with some of the lesson planning. And so that's helped teachers not have to work 23 hours out of 24.
Even with that, they're still going to have some sort of money or funding dedicated to the technology required to do that. And that did not come in the last budget.
I don't even know if anybody brought up AI other than me.
Well, tomorrow, Governor Hobbs is going to be joining us in studio. Talk to the Governor series continues.
Right.
And I just don't think we can get away from this. I think Governor Hobbs has to answer more for how this program is, it appears to be completely off the rails. It's not getting better. It's only going to get worse, I think is fair to say, right?
Well, she didn't create the program.
It's not her fault.
But you do have negotiating power during the budget process. And nothing was changed to the ESAs, and she can't stand this program.
Not only did they not change the ESAs, there's no money to get more people for the program, to hire more individuals to look after this program. So why wouldn't people be taking... This is basically you can cheat on your taxes and they shut down the IRS. Who's going to catch you? What's the downside? It's free money.
Arizona's handing out free money, and people are using it not to put their children... I mean, some people are using it.
I'm sure they
are. But there's a lot of fraud here.
Yeah.
And...
I hope we go back and claw some of this money back.
The hammer's got to come down here soon.
I don't disagree with that.
I think there should be an investigation into every cent that has been been spent.
And if you're using it for your kids' education, they're homeschooling or they're going to a charter school or something, great, document it. But as taxpayers, we want to know we're not being taken. We were at the alt fuels license plates.
We're being taken here.
Okay. Becky Lynn is going to get us up to speed. Check the headlines, including all the breaking news that's going on right now. And up next, what's being described as a city killer asteroid, Gatos, is not going to hit the Earth, but it might hit the moon. And that's not good either, apparently. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Once active and adventurous, Stephanie was sidelined by joint pain. She was losing touch with what gave her real joy.
I want to stay active, and if I don't do something now to feel better that will keep me out hiking and running and doing all those activities, my health's going to suffer from it. I had the treatment at QC Kinetics.
Their all-natural regenerative treatments use the restorative biologics from Stephanie's body. As the healing properties went to work, Stephanie realized something one day.
I was like, wow, I don't feel any pain. I have no problem going up and down stairs. I have no problem going down mountains. Snowboarding felt good again.
If you see Stephanie, give her a thumbs up. That is, if you can catch her.
And now I can totally keep up with my friends in their 30s, and I'm 55.
Don't even think about giving up. There's lots of life left to live. Call now for a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KTAR News Flash.
6:17. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. We're expecting to learn more from New York City police in the next hour about a shooting in Midtown Manhattan this afternoon. At least one police officer and 4 civilians are reportedly dead after a man opened fire near a high-profile office building which houses the headquarters of the NFL. The shooter is also reportedly dead. We'll bring you the latest as we get it in. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Right now, let's get you home. Checking the Valley roads, it's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. I've got some good news. All the Valley freeways are looking pretty good right now. One final spot of slowing on the 202 northbound where it meets the 10 westbound. But other than that, freeways are heading into a nice light, get you home quicker phase. Traffic is brought to you by your Valley Hyundai dealers. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now. You deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Don't miss out. Visit your Valley Hyundai dealers today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Thanks, Heather. You know, school back in session for a lot of kids, and we're giving $2,500 to a lucky teacher every single month. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and nominate a deserving educator. They could be our next winner. Again, the word is teacher to 620-620 as we pay tribute to a teacher, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Do you understand this music?
No. Are we playing this because we're going to talk about the asteroid?
I think that's where it's coming from.
It took me a minute.
You pick up on it, though?
This was
those 2 asteroid movies came out at the same time, and I get them confused all the time. Yeah, there was another one, though, that was like the same story, just with different people. I'm like, who thought this one through? Armageddon.
It's coming.
Where the asteroid is coming, and we got to go get it blowed up before it hits Earth, or we're all going to die.
That's one of the worst descriptions of that movie I've ever heard.
Yeah, but it's accurate.
No, it's not. We sent Bruce Willis and a team to land on an asteroid that was headed towards Earth.
Yeah.
And drill into the asteroid because they were professional driller people.
Right. Were they going to blow it up?
No, and they were going to drill a hole in it and then stick the nuke in.
Okay.
And then blow it up. So we have an asteroid right now.
Yeah.
Is it hurling or hurtling?
Hurtling.
There's
a T in there.
Towards Earth. It's a city killer.
By the way, Deep Impact. Thank you. I got a texter for the other one. That was the same damn movie, just with different people.
I don't think I ever saw Deep Impact.
You didn't miss a thing.
No.
You didn't miss a thing.
Okay.
So this...
we have 2 asteroids.
I was going to say, one of them apparently is either at this very moment skirting its way past Earth or will very shortly.
So this is
it's about the size of a plane.
This was something that was happening today.
Yeah.
A plane, plane-sized?
Plane. Yes. Yeah, plane-sized
talking
asteroid.
Private plane?
I think it'd be really important. I mean, are we talking a Cessna or are we talking a 747? I want to know how big a plane we're talking here.
I think it makes a lot of sense.
So, according to nerds at NASA, they say it happens all the time, no biggie. Don't even worry about it.
Yeesh.
They did name it 2025 OW. They're nerds. They're not going to come up with a cool name.
I think that's the one we don't really have to worry about.
We don't have to worry about 2025 OW. 2025 OW, moving past, don't really care.
All right.
But if you want to start getting worried, 2024 YR4. That one's a little bit bigger. They refer to it as a building-sized object. Again, kind of a building. We talking about a lean-to shed in the backyard, or we talk about the Empire State Building? I need to know.
Building is a building. That's a big rock coming towards us.
Okay, big rock coming this way. At one point, the odds of impact with Earth were climbing. And then, I don't know, somebody did the math.
This is the same one from last year,
Yeah,
right? That Gatos was so upset
freaked
about.
out over. Freaked out.
And now we're bringing it back.
Well,
it's still out there.
It's not going to hit Earth, apparently.
Good.
But it may hit the moon.
Bad.
And that's not a good thing.
No.
So according to, again, more NASA nerds, it would be the largest thing to hit the moon in 5,000 years. That's a long time. Now, it's not big enough to, like, knock the moon into Mars or something. Like, it's not going to get knocked out of orbit or anything like that. It's not big enough for that.
See, I kind of see it as like a pool table.
Oh.
Huh?
One thing hits the other and then hits the other, and it's
the planets start hitting each other?
Right. That's
that's not going to happen.
Okay, I'm just checking.
No, you're way
You
out.
always go to the very worst.
Like the most extreme.
Yeah.
Like if you even pitched that as a Hollywood movie, even the folks that made Deep Impact would go, okay, that's
No,
stupid.
that could
We're not
never
doing
happen.
that. That's
No,
ridiculous.
You're both dead to me.
But they are saying that if YR4, as we like to call it, in the biz, that it could create, obviously it would create a huge impact crater like we see on the moon, which is why it looks like a golf ball at times, and that it would throw up a whole bunch of rock and debris and moon stuff up into the atmosphere. That might ruin some satellites.
Can't you throw a couple of satellites back up there?
Fire some more satellites up? I suppose you
fire
could.
them up, yeah.
The problem is maybe your cell phone doesn't work for a week or so. I don't know. We are pretty reliant on satellites these days. If my GPS doesn't work, I can't even get to the radio station.
If that rock hits the moon and doesn't cause any problems, people are going to be, okay, no big deal.
When is this
if our
supposed to happen?
phones are going to go out because of
Debris.
YR4.
Then that's going to cause.
So
a
Becky Lynn,
massive
if you
disaster.
are, I don't know if you have your little calendar book out, you might want to write this down.
Okay.
So
I'll get my phone.
If and when
I already wrote it down.
This thing hits
2032. Already did it.
What?
December 2032.
Got it.
December too, near the end of the year.
Got it.
So we can start the year fresh, no asteroid coming.
So we got a little time.
You have time to prepare.
I wonder.
They
if
say there
was,
might be some really neat
hang
meteor
on,
showers.
I wonder if there was a real, like, if there was a meteor.
Okay.
That was like a city killer, or
A big one.
and it really was coming towards us. If they would really ever tell us, because I don't know what you could do. I know
They've made movies about this too.
I know, but I'm talking real life. Would they actually tell you? Would it be such a dangerous thing? Would it be more dangerous to tell us? That's what I'm asking. Because, if it were to ever happen, and they knew where it was going to land, and they knew that it was going to be a disaster, you can't evacuate cities. And I just wonder if they would hold it for.
What was the show that was out this year on Apple Plus where they all the elites and the president went into this underground thing because
Paradise.
Earth was uninhabitable.
Paradise,
kind of
or
along
something
the
like
same
that.
lines, right?
Yeah.
They wouldn't tell us. I hate to break. Well,
No.
they might tell me, Gatos, but they wouldn't tell us that you need to go and get inside the mountain because it's coming.
I don't think you could. I think it'd be too dangerous.
Oh, the panic would be through the roof.
Crazy.
Can you imagine trying to find toilet paper?
I got enough.
Oh my goodness.
I still got toilet paper from
and
Colbert.
straws.
I bet you do.
Yeah.
All right. Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us. Coming up next, Meghan McCain joins us every Monday at 5 o'clock. We talked a lot about Israel and about President Trump's change of policy when it comes to Gaza. We'll get her take on it. It's coming up next. The Remix, Meghan McCain on KTAR.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by Rias Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Hey, when you get home tonight, look out your window. You probably have builder-grade windows. No good. I want you now to imagine looking through gorgeous, crystal clear glass framed in a stunning modern style. Because not only are your old windows draining your energy bill, they're dragging down your curb appeal. So I want to tell you about my friends at Advanced Window Products. I was just out to the warehouse, was hanging out with Jake and Nate, had a great time, literally looking at the windows that they make. They will help you, the Arizona homeowner, transform the look and feel of your home inside and out, and they've been doing it for almost 40 years. Your home will look brand new. And summer is going to come to a close soon. There is a special that they're offering, the Gato Summer Special, where you buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. So, Advanced Window Products, 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. Do some homework. Check it out. Get your home a facelift. Go and check out advancedwindows.com.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com. Viking.com.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
If you live or work in Superior, Porter's is where you eat. We love serving the community that's meant so much to our family for generations. Having the Resolution Mine here has been a great thing. More business in town means more business for us, our suppliers, the hotels, really all of our neighbors. Projects like this drive the whole economy around here.
Copper is essential to Arizona's economy and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Gleason Roofing. This is Jim Sharp. Earlier this year, I had the underlayment on my roof replaced by Gleason Roofing, and I'm glad I didn't wait because they're predicting a really wet monsoon for Arizona, and my underlayment was really bad. If your underlayment looks anything like mine did, it's not whether you'll have a leak, it's when. By the way, roof tiles aren't waterproof. It's the underlayment underneath that protects your home. So trust Gleason Roofing to do your roof professionally, honestly, and without shortcuts. Gleason's A+ rated by the BBB, and Gleason's a GAF Master Elite contractor. Only 2% of roofing companies ever get that award. You know, a roof leak can destroy your home. The water soaks everything, and before you know it, you're calling a mold remediation company and living in a motel. Don't do that to yourself. Get a hold of Gleason Roofing and get a free, no-obligation roof audit. And for a limited time, you'll get 10% off any repairs if they find something that needs fixing. Go to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
KTAR News now.
6:30. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. 3 people have been shot and killed in a daylight shooting in New York City. Police say an armed suspect entered a Midtown Manhattan office building that houses Blackstone Investment Company and NFL headquarters. And one of those killed was an off-duty NYPD officer. Joe was on the building's 10th floor when he says they got the order to shelter in place.
We knew something bad was happening. We heard the choppers. We heard all the sirens. It was crazy. And then of course, everyone was on their phones following along.
After a search, the suspect was found dead on the building's 33rd floor from an apparent self-inflicted gunshot. And there were actually 2 mass shootings in the U.S. today. The other was this morning in Reno, Nevada.
Police in Reno say there is no known connection between the shooter and his victims. It appears he randomly shot people at the valet area of the Grand Sierra Resort and Casino. Then he got into a gun battle with a security guard and shot and killed a driver who was passing by. At that point, police arrived and the shooter was arrested. Sparks, Nevada Police Chief Chris Crawforth.
In total, 6 victims were shot. 3 of them are now deceased. 2 remain in critical condition, and 1 was released.
He says there is no known motive for the shooting. Alex Stone, EBC News.
The EU trade and tariff agreement is a done deal. European Union Commission President Ursula von der Leyen making a stop at President Trump's new golf course in Scotland on Sunday to lock it all in. ABC senior political correspondent Rachel Scott explains what the pact contains.
As part of the deal, the EU will buy American military equipment and $750 billion worth of American energy. And they will drop all tariffs on most American goods. The U.S., however, will impose a 15% tariff on most European products we import, including cars, pharmaceuticals, and computer chips. Economists warn American businesses will pay those tariffs and pass the cost along to consumers by raising prices.
Turning to sports, the Arizona Diamondbacks have opened a series in Detroit. They took on the Tigers today, and the Tigers took them. Won that game 5-1 over the D-backs. Phoenix Mercury will take a couple of days off after they beat the Washington Mystics yesterday. They'll take on Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever on Wednesday. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Let's take a look at your ride home tonight with Heather Larson, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Valley freeways are looking good. There's just one thing to report, a wreck at the intersection of Thomas Road and 35th Avenue, slowing things down in all directions there. But other than that, your commute home should be pretty good right now. We'll check traffic again in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
A little warmer this week than last for sure, and we could see some rain by midweek. A 10 to 20% chance starting Wednesday evening on into Thursday. But tonight, an overnight low of 85, and then tomorrow's high 111, 110 on Wednesday. Right now in Gilbert, 108 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hi, Chris Merrill. Gen Xers, millennials, you might remember the old commercials that reminded us that smoking stinks. Now vaping, that's what makes you one cool cat, Daddy-O. A sign of the times is when more people are choosing to vape than supersize their burger. You're going to find out why tomorrow at 2 on the Chris and Joe Show.
Outspoken Bruce and Gatos, the breaking story, New York City, Midtown Manhattan, a shooter killed several people. The numbers keep going up. A cop is dead. We've got 4 to 5 other people who possibly may have been murdered as well. The shooter, of course, the coward that he is, blew himself away after all this devastation. Just awful. We'll keep you up to speed on the story. But earlier today, Mondays with Megan, we talked to Megan McCain at 5 o'clock. And as the story was breaking, she kind of said a few things about the New York shooting. Let's take a listen.
Tragedy. I used to live right near that area.
Yeah.
And it's just horrific. And I think I don't want to make too many judgment calls on, I don't like commenting on things where active things are still happening. But I will say that there's a lot of conversation and fear among a lot of my friends who still live in New York City about the more than likely new mayor. And one of his policies is that he is a full defund the police person, and he believes in situations of violence that social workers should be sent in instead of police officers in basically any situation where crime would be happening in the city. Zohan Mamdani is 99% likely to become the next mayor. And in situations like these, I would love to know his thoughts, because it's just obviously not logical. And then it seems like in the situation so far, the police officers were being targeted.
Yes.
And I never like police. I never, ever, even at the height of Black Lives Matter 2020 psychosis, I was always a Blue Lives Matter person. I always thought defunding the police was hands down the dumbest rhetoric to ever come out of the left in my lifetime. Hands down. I've never understood it. And I think the disrespect for our law enforcement in general is very dangerous. These people make what I believe is not nearly enough money for putting their lives on the line and keeping us safe. And the NYPD in particular, like the toughest and, most intense. I had many experiences with them that were really positive. They kept, when I worked at Fox News, that studio is such a hub for crazy people. And they're always making sure we were safe. The View too, like just really wonderful people are police officers. And it's just such a tragedy. And I'm just sick of this kind of stuff. I mean, I think everybody is too. Everybody hates violence, but the targeting of police officers in particular, I just find so repulsive.
Meghan McCain is joining us. It is Mondays with Meghan. Let's talk Israel. So over the weekend, Meghan, I saw that you had tweeted about Israel. Here's what you said. I'll tell everybody. Israel is the only country that is not allowed to win a war. Jews are the only people on the planet who are not allowed to defend themselves after attack. So I want to ask you about that. But first of all, Donald Trump today told Israel to allow every ounce of food into Gaza. He's acknowledging for the first time in his words that there is a, quote, real starvation in the region. I don't know if he knows this, but the UN has said that 80 to 90% of aid brought into Gaza has been taken by Hamas. They steal the aid and then they sell it on the black market. So I'm not sure it's Israel not allowing morsels of food into Gaza. What did you mean Israel isn't allowed to win a war?
I just, I am a proud Zionist, which I guess in today's culture is something that is considered very controversial. It wasn't up until about 2 years ago. And all that means is that you believe in Israel's right to exist and that the Jewish population has a right to live in Israel. For me, I've been watching this issue. I work very intensely with a lot of, charity organizations and activist groups that are working to fight against anti-Semitism, which people find ironic given that obviously I'm a Baptist Christian. But it's more that I had seen waves of this coming very early, like 2015, 2016. I was part of some controversial moments when I worked at The View that went like hyper viral. One of them in particular, when I called out the Women's March leaders for their anti-Semitic rhetoric and anti-Semitic language in their platform that they just flat out did not deny. And I said, they don't understand what Israel has to do with women's rights in America. Like they're completely separate issues. And I got a lot of attention for it. And like ever since then, it's just something I have been, working in that space very heavily. And I just, if someone came into our neighborhood, if someone came into Phoenix, Arizona and parachuted in and raped women and killed babies and put them in ovens and we retaliated against the country that did it, no one would be surprised. But for some reason, when Israel does it, people are still shocked. And there's so much ignorance and so much, and again, we can have a conversation about Netanyahu, we can have a conversation about geopolitics in general, but part of the problem with this is that so much of it automatically stems into really aggressive anti-Semitic language. I have friends who are Jewish who are taking, who are uncomfortable wearing their hippas anymore in public. It's something that's very close to me, and I just think sometimes once in a while Jewish Americans and pro-Israel Americans need to know that they're not alone.
Meghan, can you acknowledge Israel's right to exist and defend itself and also look at Gaza and say enough is enough?
Of course.
Because that's where I am. I think we're at past humanitarian crisis in Gaza now. I don't know what Israel's looking for. Like what
hostages.
I heard they got to wait for Hamas to surrender, and I'm like, really? Did ISIS surrender? Did Al Qaeda surrender? None of these other groups ever surrendered. At some point, we just stopped killing them.
I think if they get their hostages back, the war ends, right?
Yeah, that's the part I don't understand is just release the hostages.
Yeah.
Release the hostages and all of this ends. And the other thing I don't understand is Hamas is dedicated to the extermination not only of Israel, but the West in general. That's what globalize the Intifada means. And the thing I just don't understand is why are we supposed to be there? By the way, they're a UN recognized terrorist organization.
Agreed.
Why people are siding, like when I see queers for Palestine and things like that, there just seems to be a real education gap in what that really means. It's the only Middle Eastern democratic state. It's the only place that a gay person can go and be out and proud, and it's fine. I'm a Judeo-Christian, obviously, person. We are a Judeo-Christian nation. My interests are Israel's interests, and I don't know. So much of this is just, like I said, clouded in so much anti-Semitism, and 9 times out of 10, when I start having a conversation with people about it, they delve into very ancient Jewish anti-Semitic tropes, and it makes me obviously uncomfortable and upset. And I just, like I said, that's not a criticism of anyone criticizing the war tactics. And I know many people who are pro-Israel who dislike Netanyahu, but I don't know. It just makes me crazy.
Yeah. All right, Meghan McCain, Mondays with Meghan. She joins us live at 5 o'clock, and we play the remix about 6:30. Take 4 or 5 minutes. We discussed Israel, and also we started the conversation about New York City and the tragedy there.
Yes.
So coming up next, if you haven't heard, we'll talk about the lone shooter in New York City. We've got several people who have been killed. It is a terrible situation. We'll update you on it coming up next.
Hey, I want to talk to you about Life Changer Loan, and I've got more of the real-world stories. Maybe Keith is your neighbor. He listens to the show, by the way. Hi, Keith. He's in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their young kids. Now, far from wealthy, but they've been responsible with their money. Now, they still owe a little over $500,000 on their home. It's a 30-year fix at 6.5%, and 28 years left to pay on that mortgage. Now, taking a look at getting a Life Changer loan, they will pay off their home in just over 8 years and save $490,000 in interest compared to their traditional mortgage. No, I'm looking at it right here. That's real numbers, $493,320 to be exact. Talk about life-changing? Exactly. Go to lifechangerloan.com. Lifechangerloan.com. You got good credit. You're good with money. You should not be in a traditional 30-year mortgage. Lifechangerloan.com is the place to go. Remember, it's not magic. It's just math.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
We clean our homes, but what about the air we breathe? Paul Calvisi here for Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, because right now at Day and Night, you get a free whole home air purifier when you install a new high-efficiency AC unit. A free whole home air purifier, a $1,500 value at no extra cost when you install a new high-efficiency AC unit. Go to dayandnightair.com and schedule a free estimate at dayandnightair.com. Limited time offer and conditions apply. Financing available for qualified customers.
The secret to sustainable weight loss isn't the endless cycle of counting calories, extreme exercise, or taking the next trendy shot. It's about resetting your metabolism and creating simple, healthy habits to support it. I'm Dr. Patrick Maloney with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss, and that simple secret could change the rest of your life. So stop yo-yo dieting and let's reset your metabolism naturally, safely, and effectively with our exclusive 3-step protocol. Go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com to schedule your free consultation. That's PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com.
It really is life-changing. I'm Jamie West. I lost about 50 pounds with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss, and I'm keeping it off. If you want to finally lose those extra pounds and keep them off for good, don't wait. You could lose 10 to 15% of your body weight in just 8 weeks, and you can do the program in person or virtually from anywhere. Schedule your free consultation right now, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:45. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. 25 and counting. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays has joined yet another lawsuit against the Trump administration. This time, the lawsuit centers around a demand to states from the U.S. Department of Agriculture for the personal information of Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program recipients, or SNAP. Mays says it's an effort to intimidate vulnerable families and discourage them from seeking basic help. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. Let's check on the road home tonight. Heather Larson is live now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. I'm going to give an all clear to the Valley roads and freeways right now. It's a good time to drive home. Everything's looking good, even downtown Phoenix. Traffic brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
When was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back screaming at you? Or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning, step by step? Let me guess, this is in the back of your mind. Maybe it'll disappear. I'll just tough it out. But nothing changes. It's time to call and schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics. There are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turned around their lives with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills. Bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Give QC Kinetics a call for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
You've heard the saying, it's hard to stop a train. When it comes to putting smiles on children's faces at the Phoenix Children's Hospital, nothing will get in the way when the Teddy Bear Express pulls into town. Train is the proud sponsor of this year's Give-a-thon, giving hundreds of teddy bears to children currently undergoing treatment at PCH. For the past 9 years, Train's commitment ensures that every child's journey through treatment is accompanied by a comforting companion, reminding them they're not alone in their fight.
The Lund team prides ourselves on getting pre-approved before you buy. This makes you a stronger buyer with a stronger offer. The good news is the full pre-approval is free of charge. No upfront application fee. Some companies will charge an application fee to suck you in. At Lund, we have no hidden cost and no surprises. Just straight talk, and we walk you through the process and provide a clear path to your new home purchase. Give the Lund team a call today, where you're always treated like family. For all things mortgage, call Lund Mortgage.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, let's take a look at KTAR.com, and on the right side of the page, every day we got a new Gatos Big Q poll question of the day.
Well, we do.
All right, Phoenix firefighters rescued 8 out-of-town hikers from Camelback Mountain over the weekend. Yes, the same mountain that RFK Jr. was hiking just a week ago in jeans.
Solid, yeah.
So we had 8 out-of-towners not know what they're doing. They get up on the mountain. Oh, I didn't know I needed to bring water. What do we do with them? A, lifetime ban from Arizona.
Can you get kicked out of a state?
I don't know. B, pay for the rescue themselves.
Ooh, I like that.
C, well, at least they didn't bring a baby on the hike. Remember that last month?
Oh, God.
Somebody brought a baby on a hike. A baby, and they had to be rescued. Or D, hike the same mountain the very next day wearing a T-shirt that says, I came, I saw, I needed a rescue.
I'm going to vote
lifetime ban.
Pay for the rescue themselves. But I think people will be split. I think they'll like a lot of these, Gatos. But I'm going to go pay for the rescue themselves, 41%.
They only liked one answer, 81%. Pay for the rescue themselves.
Oh, see, I thought they were going to like some of the other ones. Or,
It was pay for the rescue themselves.
I think we're getting sick of plucking people off the mountain on our dime.
Seriously. All right, that's the number one answer. I'll be on the Broomhead Show tomorrow at 8:50 with a brand new Gatos Big Q poll question.
There is that. We're getting more information on the shooting in Midtown Manhattan earlier this evening. It was roughly 7 o'clock, 6:30 New York time, 3:30 our time. The NYPD is going to be holding a press conference in the next 10 to 15 minutes, so we will get at least more information from them. But here is what the reporting has said as of right now, Gatos.
Because I think we now know really how it happened.
A little bit better, yes.
Where it happened. And so go ahead.
Okay, so it appears that, and there is a picture, a still photo of the gunman walking with a rifle in his right hand.
Yep.
He walked into this building on Park Avenue, the office building that the NFL, the Blackstone Group, bunch of other companies and organizations have their offices in. He began shooting in the lobby of the building. That's where the police officer was killed, a female NYPD police officer who was working security in that building. Off is what it said. So he then went to another floor. It's unclear how many of the victims were in the lobby, other than the police officer.
And we don't know why he picked that building necessarily.
No, we still don't know that. He then went to another floor and began shooting on that floor. There are victims on that floor as well. He then went up to the 32nd, 33rd floor. I apologize, I'm getting the numbers messed up. To an office built up there where he shot himself in that office on the 33rd floor, I believe it was.
I'm also seeing, that he had a silencer on his weapon.
Oh, I didn't see that. I looked at the picture. I didn't notice that necessarily. Interesting. He is from a 27-year-old male from Las Vegas. And they know that because he had ID on him, so he wasn't like trying to hide who he was. And he had a concealed weapons permit from the state of Nevada, which leads me to believe that he may not have had any prior, at least felonies, because you can't get a concealed weapons permit if you have a criminal background.
Right.
Now, why? Obviously, no idea why. We're not at that point yet. Why this building? Why this place? Was he targeting somebody in that building? Unknown.
It was a plan. I mean, you just don't drive. Did he drive from Vegas to New York? Did he fly?
He did drive to the building. We know. I didn't see the plates on the car, but he just walked. He just left his car out front and walked inside.
So he doesn't live in New York. Decided to go to New York because he wanted to kill people, and he knew he was going to take his life at the end. That's the other thing. These cowards always know that they're going to kill themselves at the end, but they want to take as many people as they possibly can
with them. Yeah.
So the plan was to go to New York. I don't know if it was go to Park Avenue. I don't know. But you know, it does. I don't know if this is a targeted attack because at first we saw that there were two cops shot. One was killed.
Fatally, sadly.
So did he go after the police?
Right.
I don't know, man. Not if they were
working security inside the lobby of this building. Did he just engage the first people he ran into with guns? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because we were trying to figure out, well, how did this happen? It seemed that he just pulled his car over, got out, and I thought he started a fire, and maybe he stopped his car because the police were there.
Right.
That's not what happened. I don't know if it does it make it any better.
No,
of course not. But he went into the building and he immediately started to fire in broad daylight.
We're still unclear on the number of victims. There's still a discrepancy, and it may be because some organizations are counting the shooter as one of the dead and some aren't. I'm just trying to understand it. But it is between 5 or 6 dead, and I think it depends on whether you count the shooter as one of the dead.
I mean, for me, I wouldn't count the shooter because his life doesn't matter.
No.
The last report I got says at least 5 people, including a police officer, but it's not saying if they're including the shooter or not.
And I've seen 5 and 6 in some places speculate, and that makes me think, well, are they counting the shooter as a dead, or did they just get a blanket? We have 6 victims. I don't know.
Can we just mention here real quick because this just baffles my mind? This is the second shooting today.
Yeah.
There was one in Reno, Nevada.
Right.
3 people are dead from that one. 6 people shot.
Agreed. Yeah.
I just cannot believe 2 in one day.
Oh, I can believe it.
And then the stabbing on Saturday at that Walmart.
Yeah.
It's been
It's
a
crazy
bad
time.
last 3 days.
Fair enough. Sorry that you're having to be the one to deliver so much of that news, Becky Lynn, but we appreciate it.
It's a violent world out there.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
It takes a village. We thank you guys for listening. We thank everybody on the other side of the double pane bulletproof glass. We've got our DJ just in time over there. We also have our super producer, Jules. 2 thumbs up from her. Again, Becky Lynn, who's been delivering all that news and information, keeping you up to speed on everything today. Thank you for your help. And Heather Larson with all your traffic, getting you home. Thanks, guys.
All right, Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Find what you love what you find. A Total Wine & More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low. It just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602 the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Imagine clutching your chest, gasping for air. A heart attack strikes without warning. Your loved ones panic, powerless to help. Joe Huizenga for Lifeguard Imaging. I'm telling you, get scanned. Heart disease and cancer are the top 2 killers, often with no symptoms. You could feel fine,